じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信 じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。信じられん。
Okay, it's another day. Hello, Hyper. I hope you have fun lurking.
信じられん。
Just need to get all set up, and then I'm good to go.
信じられん。信じられん。
Okay. Oh, there's a fairy to talk to here? I think this is the only fairy I didn't talk to the first time. Huh. I don't know how I missed that one. Maybe I talked to her and I don't remember, but... I mean, let me put it this way. I edited this the footage of me doing this area recently, and I still don't remember it, so... I probably didn't. You know? Probably, in fact, did not talk to them. Anyway. Let me make sure everything's working. Yeah, it is. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. I have one more night. I finished off this interaction. Kaizme, I believe, will only talk to me when we're traveling. Alonzo doesn't want to talk yet. Moore's not ready yet. Katharina won't be ready until we're at the new area. Can I do anyone's right now? I'd have to go find something to do. There's an interaction somewhere. I'm sure. There's an interaction I have not finished somewhere in the world. I haven't done any of the observations, actually. So I can do that real quick. Let's take in the scenery. What a view it is. Broadhaven's so unusual, isn't it? I don't mean just the open-minded culture. Those floating water spheres really make an impression. The seawater is not frozen up there. It's not like it's in some kind of transparent container either. Apparently it has to do with the magma crystals on the seafloor. If you get too close, they can pull or push you in random directions. I'm only telling you what I've heard, so I couldn't say for certain, but doesn't it kind of make you want to touch them? I'd like to go inside. It'd be fun to go inside, I bet. Yeah, floating around one of those does seem like it'd be pretty nice. But I suppose you need to breathe, huh? If you were stuck in there, yikes. Gallic and I head back, discussing the scenery and city folk we passed along the way. The age of a new king draws nearer. And now we get some cutscenes. Like a lot of
いよ
them.
いよ大丈夫だ
I'll do my best. There's only one cutscene we're actually going to watch, and that's everything around the Glodell fight. Everything else, we're skipping. Actually, there's probably a good chance to hear Dell and Basilio's voices.
紙幣とは
ルイとあの
Yeah, we'll see if we can hear their voices real quick.
来たね。表情が硬いじゃん。まさかビビってる？
I've watched enough Japanese things that that's exactly the kind of voice I expected for Fidelio. And it's okay.
そりゃこれだ
すぐ慣れるというか慣れろ
Ooh, I like Basilio's voice, though.
もう一人、メガネの意識屋の男はいないわけ。
留守番してるよ
外戦車を空にしとけないってこ
ジュナとかって
と？喉の調子が悪くて、いい声。
なんだお前ら期待してたのか残念だったな兄貴もくっそ残念そうだったもんな
Basilio's the best. Even before he's friendly, he's still the best. What was Luis's voice like again in Japanese?
よく来た
Yeah, it's about what I expected.
お招きいただきありがとうございます
さあ仲間に対して意気込みを示せ
精一杯。
命がけでやん
あとは自由に過ごすがいい
Anyway, we'll start properly skipping things now.
よし
さて見て
It's always interesting when I look at Twitch and then compare with my chat, and I'm like, there's different numbers of people in those places, but whatever, Twitch, it's fine.
あとはいい
Okay, I am going to watch the scene where Juno flusters the prince too, because that's a great scene. Uploaded the short for it very recently, actually. I think that was like yesterday or the day before? Yesterday, I think. Anyway, I'll go ahead and keep skipping until it's time to ride my sword to victory. Somehow. I believe in myself. I'll do this first try. Easy. I did first try the first time, so it'd be kind of embarrassing if I didn't the second time. So now that's what we call setting a joke up. Because now if I succeed, I look cool. But if I fail, it's funny. Head for Luis's private quarters.
行くわよ やるじゃない
I have no idea how, like, specific or hard this actually is. Like, it felt super easy, but I don't know if I just played a lot of old PS2 games and therefore I'm used to this kind of BS. Or if it's actually easy.
あれ見て
You know? I'm not sure which it is, but we easily cleared it yet again.
やったやばいよ
Anyway, in we go.
にしても急ぎましょう。いい？ダメね。これ見て。
Oh man, I wonder what island is marked. It's a real mystery.
これ
Oh man, we found it. Or well, we found something.
それあんたのもなんでルイが禁書でほとんど出回ってる。
ありえない。
Impossible.
これを読んでるってこ
Doesn't seem like he's getting its message. True. He really didn't understand the idea.
と？あんたここで何してるの？
I was looking for something.
驚いた。隠さないんだ。あのさ、今物置から出てこなかった？そっちこそ何してんの？いつかの妖精。私ルイ様から資質の立ち入りを許されてるの。あれ？今夜は喉を痛めて声出ないんじゃなかった？調子良さそうじゃん。そっか、今わかった。前にこの部屋に来てた時もあなた忍び込んでたのね。驚いた。常習犯じゃない。私もまだまだね。
Well, hello again, Juna. Imagine us finding ourselves here a second time.
前に気になるって言ったこと。嘘じゃないの？離れなさいよ。私がここにいたこと、黙っててくれない？私もあんたのことだ。
My lips are sealed.
賢い男はその小さいのに道を下見させたわけね。だから入り込めたんだ。小さいのって言わないで。ちゃんとガリカって名前があるの。ガリカ？あんたの名前ガリカ？
And then Juna's like, oh, we're on the same side. Imagine that.
待って。まさか本当なの？それじゃあんたたちの探し物って。
That's right. We're here for the same thing you are.
誰か来る。
Oh man, I hit the X button multiple times and it just didn't want to advance. I'll just hit swap it to auto, actually.
いるのは分かってる。まったく驚きだぜ。まさかガキだけじゃなく歌姫様までネズミとはな。戻って報告だ。こいつはでかい手柄になりそうだぜ。
最悪。どうしよう。でも乗ったみたいね。居座れば閉じ込めておけたのに間抜けで助かった。私が何とかする。よく聞いて。
I don't remember if I commented on Glodell's voice or not before, but it also sounds exactly like I expected it to.
私の言ってる意味がわかるのね。中身を持って逃げて。あなた誰？何者？答え合わせは。
What are you is such a rude question to ask, Alika.
逃げろって言われても放っておくわけにはいかないし、とりあえず追いかけましょう。
者ども全員注目だ。諸君、知っての通り、今老人どもが王権協議会とやらを開いている。だが言うまでもなく正教の計りごと。
Don't want to skip because I don't want to accidentally skip any of the Juno parts. So we're watching the whole thing, I guess. I can at least skip the dialogue a little bit because I can advance faster than auto.
仕組まれた勝負だから。
しかし、哀れなネズ。今この王様。連中が外に。
まずい。どう考えても。
愛心入り。ルイ様への気持ちが足んね。
どう？
このままでは。
おい、
カラトリウスか。
なんでだ。
主が不在なのか。ずっと引っかかってた。クソ気に食わないやつだったけど。聖堂のけ。
まさか。
ルイ様にすり寄る輩がどこに。お、見ろ。警備に周り囲ませろ。
Also, an interesting thing to point out is Fidelio points out that we do magic without igniters, but he's not visibly wearing one. And we know that he's the magic user of the two of them, right? The only time we see him fight, he does magic. After them. After them both. I probably could be more set up for the fight, but it's fine. I'll just gold attack my way through. My raw attack power will be fine for it. We need to help her. Come at me, Glodell, you coward. They actually weren't working together, I think, is the funniest thing. He's just dumb. He's just jumping to conclusions. Did not consider what the full possibilities are. Never thought there might be more than one rat. One group of rats. Never occurred. Let's not forget, an old man later is going to tell me that this is the goodest boy and not actually a monster. Taking hostages is beneath him, but he's not going to stop. He's doing it anyway. Excuses, excuses. No thanks, Glodell. Glodell's the worst kind of entitled dom, I feel. I'm not gonna explain that statement, but I know in my heart that it's true. So right, Juno. Unfortunately, Glodell is smart enough to recognize that our fairy could be useful until our fairy is sit put too.
とにかく今は耐えるしか
Because while Gallica rarely acts, when she does, it's usually very impactful. Surprisingly so. Yeah, Glodell, you're talking enough. Moving on.
何か手はないの
What if you... Are those friends guaranteed to leave you alive? Because, like... What if you manage to get here with a weak enough main character that you can't win, that you can't survive 2 Rens?
戦わせて恥ずかしい男
I think you could do it. It'd just be a lot of work.
正々堂々決闘で勝ってみせなさいよ
Okay, now we get an actual proper rendition of this scene without it getting interrupted by my internet.
俺はグローデル。この国の王になる男だ。さあ、名乗れガキ。
この国を救おうとする者だ。
みんなに簡単に解放
I
し
am
た
the
わよ
prince as well.
忘れた腐ってもあいつは上位の候補者こっちと違って例の魔法で守られてるのよ
そういうこった人質なんて単におびき出すためさ俺はもともと一方的にお前らをいたぶれるんだよだがそうだなジュナ俺につくならお前だけは救ってやってもいいこびるなら俺にしとけよ俺はいずれ類をも超える男だからな
願い下げようこの
Why don't you go fight
誰が
Luis
相手だろう
then?
と
If you think you're more of a man than
任せ
him.
たことなんか一
Why
度
do I gotta deal with this asshole?
何よ殴れるじゃない
くそどうなってる
Anyway, somewhere in there they started a duel. I wasn't actually paying attention to the dialogue, but they did.
あれアーキタイプってやつでしょそうなのね
Her knowing what archetype is makes a lot more sense when you understand that she was at the Mage Academy before it was shut down.
姉さんでも無理だったのに
Which means it's super odd to think about, like, that was, like, super recent that the Mage Academy was destroyed.
できるかも
Because Juna's not that old. Like, older than our protagonist, sure, but not by much.
あなたは初めから別れを胸に秘めている人ならば恐れも不安もあなたの光汝王道を照らす輝ける星よ目覚めなさい見て演じるこれは私の天賦の才能なんだから
I do love her outfit. It's so perfectly flamboyant for this. I love also that she posed when taking her heart out.
私の覚悟よ
I think it's really funny how different the length of their speeches is before they transform. Because Stroll did a full speech. My man did not shut up.
ガキと同じ力を
It was a good speech though.
歌うたいが
Like he had a full speech.
一曲
And then she has one line.
一回人生私は歌の持つ力に
And then a couple more lines after she transforms.
ろくにかける度胸もない察した覚悟の違いを教えてあげるわ
やれ食い殺せ二人まとめてだ
なるほどこれがアー
It sure is, Juno. We can now skip past this. We no longer have to read everything.
全力でやっちゃえ。吹き荒れよ弱点に命中。
大丈夫。
ジュナ、
行くぞ。
その調子でいって。
Oh. I have something Blodel's weak to in my arsenal here.
その調子見てなさい。
It did less than I was hoping, for sure.
飽きないだってこの力で輝け。
That's half of Blodel's health. Yo, stop increasing the attack of your pet. Rude. Ow.
マスクドダンサー。吹き荒れよ弱点に命中。
落ち着いてリーダー
その調子でいって。
光よ。
Hey, Blodel.
マスクドダンサー。
Neither of them actually resists fire, right? Okay. This is the better choice when it wouldn't get us an extra turn then.
大丈夫。加減はしない。
Don't have any AoE attacks.
リーダー輝け。
We'll just finish Blodel off. Oh, okay, that's the end of the fight. I forgot. I'm pretty sure I did the exact same thing the first time, too.
よし。いい手応えだ。
Fine by me, though. I don't need to beat up the dog. Just beating up Blodel is more than enough for me.
俺の負けだ。
とにかく、そしたらグローデルが襲いかかってきて、そこは
Exactly.
お前たちにはこれから我が手足となって
Understood.
よし。
We're now rank 20.
そういうわけだから、私今後もバレない限りは。
We'll be counting on you. We now have Juna as an ally.
ちょっと予想が。
Okay, there's some things we need to do when we get to the island. We have to talk to the village cleric before completing the Dragon Temple, as her dialogue changes. And we need to do the activity to view the beach on Virga Island, get a dragon crystal to appear, and the correct response is it rare?
頑張りまし
We got a little closer with Gallico. Wahoo, good for us.
じゃあ
We teleport over to Rella. Yuna's amazed that we teleported. Let's meet her first.
急ぎましょう。
Here for portable quests? Oh, that was the last one I needed to have enough of Morse things done.
ジュナの仲間ってこと。
もちろん。
And I believe I have everything for the rest of us too.
そういえばニューラス。
手ひどい怪我を負ってる間にそのまま左遷されちまった。
そう。
いい？
And we can now swap party members around. We're going to instantly swap Hulkenberg out because I prefer having Heisman. We also need to actually equip our better equipment. Then we'll replace Seeker's Mask with Archetypal Ring. everybody gets an archetype ring on. I'm gonna go quickly do that so I don't keep forgetting. The very bottom.
If everyone gets one, I'm guessing it's good.
Yes, it is. Generally considered good. It's good for having on passively when you're strong enough to kill everything, because it just increases archetype experience, which is the secondary form of experience in this game. There's character level and then your archetypes.
Ah, yes.
Anyway, how are you?
I'm doing
How's
alright.
it going?
I slept entirely too long. I'm not rested. Par for the course.
Relatable. I slept the right amount, but at the wrong time, so my body disagreed.
Yeah, my sleep schedule's all fucked up because or I've had so much to do in the middle of the day this entire week, and
Yeah.
I'm usually asleep during those times, so my body's been yelling at me.
I believe in your ability to rest. I'm not sure it'll be effective, but I believe in your ability to do it.
Okay, well, that's different. You know, like Sunday didn't have a whole lot to do, so I took that day to rest. Like I said in our Discord server, I was just like, I can sleep in a couple extra hours. It should be fine. Then I woke up 6 hours later, so I slept for like 13 hours that day. Then on Monday I had to go and get my blood drawn, but they couldn't see me until like 8 o'clock. And usually I'm in bed by 6:37. So I had to do that, but then I had to go back to the clinic at like 9:30. So I didn't get in bed until like 11. Tuesday, I had a bunch of prep work that I needed to do and a bunch of chores to catch up on. Wednesday, I had my monthly luncheon with my dad, and then mom was entertaining guests who all specifically asked for this mac and cheese that I make. So I had to make that.
You mentioned that.
So I slept for like 2 hours, then woke up, did a little bit of the prep work for the mac, had lunch with dad, went out and had some pho, and came back and made the mac, and then entertained guests for like 6 hours.
That sounds
And then
exhausting.
And then I went to bed at like 9 p.m., which is very early for me, or late depending on how you want to frame things.
I think in this case it was late because you did not. I would not count anything you'd experienced in the prior 24 hours as a full night of sleep.
Yeah. So I went to bed super late, and then
Pet the cat.
and then I woke up once at like 2 a.m. Stayed up for a couple hours, took some sleep meds, and then passed out until like maybe 15 minutes ago.
You're out here doing all that stuff this week. I was sick, so I did nothing. I've done effectively nothing except for watch things with my mom for like the last 7 days.
You've done some editing at least. I've seen that. Those uploads being fairly consistent.
Actually, okay, I did do some editing. Yesterday's video and today's video, the full ones, I edited and posted. But the ones before that, during the time that I was sick, that was the backlog of videos I hadn't posted yet.
Ah.
Because I only post one a day for algorithm reasons.
Yep. Batch posting is never good.
Yeah. Algorithm don't like it. But yeah, so everything, the only I think it's funny. I know that the algorithm doesn't like it. There is an account I batch post on. But that's because it's the VOD account. Like it's it's archival. I don't care. Whenever I get to it is when things get posted there.
Yeah, the VOD channel is just there to have it. It is not there to draw an audience.
Yeah. Like, if, at the point where the VOD channel is making money, that's the point where you're like, fuck you, YouTuber sized. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the point where you got that fuck you money. You got the, like, you could buy a yacht if you really wanted. You know, that's the point where you've got at least one gold play button.
There's a VTuber that I watch. Her parents are fairly loaded, and they're like, it's not a corporation, but it's they're a part of a VTuber group. They all make fun of her, because like, oh yes, I am so in distress because I was only able to buy 3 ponies today, like that kind of stuff. And they always joke about how she would, oh, I'm feeling sad today, so I'm going to go out on my father's yacht, and I'm going to go sailing for an afternoon. But she was able to actually them about it on their podcast, one of the more recent episodes, where she could tell them that her father doesn't actually have a yacht because the sailing club he's a part of has size constraints and limitations, so he doesn't have an official yacht.
Yeah, that's really funny.
For Mr. Streamer Man and the viewers watching, it's her name is Eye Candy and a part of the VTuber group Vichibon. Go follow them at. It's a really good group. It's Eye Candy, Rose Doodle, Buff Pup, and Shia Bun. Those names probably don't mean anything to you, nor to your regulars, but any VOD watchers who just so happen to be watching might know them. They're like moderate to large size indies.
Okay, so I think this is a really funny thing, since, like, I think it's pretty definitive that at this point, one of my main hobbies is streaming, right? Like, just purely time-wise, that's absolutely true, right?
I'd say you dabble.
Yeah. Like, it's not a hobby I am particularly successful at, but it is a hobby that I do a large amount of.
Yeah.
I don't watch streamers of any kind. Like, not... Like, let me put it this way. The vast majority of my time watching any kind of stream at all has been putting on friends' streams because I care about friends. I've never been the type of person to actually look at streams myself. It's just not something I do. I watch a lot of edited content, but I never watch long form content like this.
Cut back to his short. I'm a grade A lurker. Lurking is in my blood.
I am. Let me put it this way. Okay, so there are like 2 or 3 streamers that I have watched for longer periods of time. One of which is Alpharad. I've watched Alvarad content across various things. I've stopped in on his streams. The other is like Family Jewels. I've watched a lot of yes. I've watched a lot of both their streams. I'm not sure he does it anymore. It's been a while since I watched any streamer. But he used to, at least. But so I used to watch all these streams, right? And I am 100% confident that if I typed into Alvarad's chat or Family Jewels' chat on any platform, I would be a first-time chatter. I am very confident in that fact. And I am also very confident in the fact that across both of them, I've probably had them on in the background for hundreds of hours. I just don't watch streams as much since I'm no longer a student. When I was a student, I watched streams. I would have streams on in the background while I was studying and working on projects and things. But that's just not a thing I do. I just don't have enough time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like now,
I
I barely have enough time for the I shouldn't say that. I do not have enough time for the edited content I'd like to see.
Yeah, I listen to the long form content I want to listen to while I'm at work. Or at least when I do one of my jobs. The other one I can't really. Just because of the kind of headphones I'm allowed to wear. I've got regular headphones, but I've also got bone conduction speakers.
Mm-hmm.
But when I wear the bone conduction speakers, even at maximum possible volume, I have to really concentrate on what's being said to understand words, unless it's like for a song that I know the lyrics to.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm working my freight restock half of my jobs, I can't really listen to streams and podcasts and whatever. But if I'm working produce, fresh cut, I'm listening to like D&D streams most of the time. Like I'll listen to the Unexpectables mostly. Them and their like 3 campaigns they have going on the channel. Or their like monthly one-shots. Sadly, I still need to catch up on their Halloween Ravenloft series that they do every year. I haven't caught up on last year. This most recent years. But they also did a Halloween like 5-episode set of the Cyberpunk TTRPG. Their series of All Saints Die. That was really good. They've got the regular Unexpectables. They have a Fallout themed TTRPG game going called Gateway. It's good, but like the Fallout universe has never really like grabbed me. I just don't like the setting.
Yeah,
that's
fair.
I don't think it does. I don't think it does post-apocalyptic very well. So I'm just kind of waiting for this series to finish, and then I'm gonna binge it. But they only air every other week, and they're on like episode 99. So they've been
going for a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of time passed since they started that particular series. Yeah, just a little. Yeah, just a couple of years.
And that's not including like breaks and whatever.
I mean, with you, if I keep getting sick on Sundays, that might be how long Baldur's Gate 3 takes us.
It's okay, we'll just start meeting on Wednesdays. This is a threat.
Pretty sure that we're not all free on Wednesdays.
We're free on Wednesdays at like 9 p.m.
I know for a fact that Robert's not.
He's not at work.
Technically accurate, but
no, literally accurate. He doesn't even work from home, I believe. Pretty sure that came to a stop.
I don't know. But wait, this might be a funny continuation. You remember when I told you I was trying to think of a new approach to laundry? Well, I think I may have had a breakthrough. One day, I was so sick and tired of doing laundry, a thought occurred. What if I simply found a way to lessen the amount of clothes I had to clean? Thus, I devised an ambitious tactic, the why not just wear nothing in the first place gambit. Well, it proved a roaring success. My laundry workload went down considerably. But I soon found out how cold the air can be with no clothes to shield me. Suffice to say that after enduring such a chill, I have since retired the strategy.
You have fur. You literally have what's designed to fix that problem.
Now, who does this belong to, I wonder? Well, you ought to take it. Our money all goes to the same cause, after all. Speaking of clothes, I've been rewatching. So I'm gonna preface this by saying I have not seen past season like 5 of Hero Academia before. I'm rewatching the whole thing with my mom because she watched the first couple of seasons. Now that it's over, we're gonna actually finish it, right?
Yeah.
Rewatching it again, talking about clothing, the Invisible Girl thing is just, I knew it was egregious at the time. I thought it was super weird, but man, rewatching it, it is so much more egregious. Like, I mean, it's so dumb.
Yeah, the fact that literally all she's wearing are boots and gloves. And it's not like, oh, we developed a funny suit for her that allows her to be invisible all the time.
And just remember, they could just make a suit out of her hair. They literally did that for someone else.
Yeah.
Like, Mirio just has a suit made out of his hair. She could have the same thing and thus not actually be naked because her hair, despite being dead, is invisible. So it would also be invisible with her suit would just be invisible with her. It is super weird that the author was like, no, she's got to be naked, actually. That's super weird. It's very uncomfortable. And it comes up constantly. It is a constant drawback of her powers. One of the very first things we see happen to her is that Todoroki, in the first combat training, freezes the entire building, the floors of the entire building, which stops both her and Ojiro in their tracks because they are both barefoot.
Wait, barefoot?
Yeah.
I thought she wore boots.
She does, but she often, repeatedly during episodes, takes the gloves and boots off, so that way she can actually use her quirk. That's the most egregious part about the gloves and boots, is they prevent her from using her quirk effectively. Because now you can see where her limbs are, which is the most important part of her, to be able to see if you're fighting her.
Yeah.
So she takes her gloves and boots off, and then immediately gets frozen to the ground, with the only way that she or Ojiro could get off the ground being to rip the bottoms of their feet off, because that's what happens when you're walking on metal and other surfaces like that, and they get super cold. Your skin sticks to them. It's like, it's not just a we have clothes for other reasons thing, because that's absolutely true. We do have clothes for other reasons, but it's also the anime itself, the author points out repeatedly how bad her power is because of this limitation that she can't wear anything and still use it. Like, it is constantly a drawback. It's a complete mystery how she managed to get past the entrance exam at all. How'd she take out a robot?
I don't think it was that she had to take out the robot. I think the only two people who did were actually no, I think 3.
The little robots.
The little ones. I forgot that there were little ones.
The entrance exam is take out the little ones, avoid the big one. That's the entrance exam, right? So how did she do that? How'd she manage it, right?
There's I'm trying to remember what was the last thing that happened in season 5.
The last thing that I saw is, I believe, unless I'm mixing up the order of some arcs. Mirio losing his powers, that arc.
Okay,
So like the end of that arc, I think, is the last thing I saw if I'm not mixing up the arcs. But like, it fundamentally is just super odd that that they at no point gave her, actually wait, no, I'm wrong about the last arc I saw. Vigilante arc is the last arc I saw, because I remember that. I think I might be forgetting about an arc in between there, but Vigilante arc is the last arc I saw. Deku is a vigilante.
Do you remember anything about Paranormal Liberation War?
Vaguely.
Okay, because that, according to the Reddit, that's the last thing that happens in season 5.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain. It's been like the last time when I saw season 5 was when it was current, right? It was as it came out, so it's been a bit.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how I want to word things. You know, I don't even think I can say it. Not without spoilers.
Yeah, but there is realistically no reason for the author to have written things like that. It sucks.
There's no reason for the author to have written a lot of the female characters in the way that they are, but here we are.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I know. I think the most egregious thing is that they could have just done it the whole time, and we know that because she has a suit that works with her as an adult.
Yeah. I mean, I just have a problem with how a lot of the characters are written.
I don't disagree. I also think it's really funny. The only spoiler I have for the end of the game, or for the end of the anime, by the way, is that for an anime that had so much to say about how bad that society is, not a lot changed. I do not know the specifics of what that means, but I know that that is a prevailing opinion among the fandom. And I have avoided learning anything more than that. I'm not super surprised because a lot of the problems in My Hero are can fundamentally come down to them just not, like, adults simply not intervening when they should. Like, that's
just anime in general a lot of the times.
I mean, true, because otherwise when are the kids going to get to do anything, right?
Yeah. When can we have our teenage power fantasies if the adults actually fix any problems?
Yeah. But there's a lot of times when the adults are like, yeah, man, there are some problems over there. Oh, well. I think the most, like, egregious example of this is probably the Hosu incident where Ida goes after the hero killer. We see at least 2 adults, Aizawa and Manuel, figure out why Ida is there before that incident happens. And neither of them
they couldn't
doesn't.
Find him.
No. Manuel is his mentor and talks with him about it on patrol and says, hey, you can't do that, but does not actually take any steps to be like, you need to go with a different hero agency, someone who's not in Hosu. Aizawa figures it out before he even goes to Hosu, but does not take any steps to forcibly assign him to somewhere else. Like, like they're really out here like, man, we're going to fully expect these 15-year-olds to not make any bad life decisions and not prevent them from doing so, even when we know they're about to do it. And that's wild. Another example of that happening is when Bakugo is kidnapped during season 3. There's... One second. Watching clothes with you like this, I remember my son. We didn't have the luxury of this contraption, but there was a similar piece to the task. Okay. Hasume doesn't have much else to say about doing laundry, it would seem. But anyway, so when Bakugo is kidnapped in season 3, they don't have any, like, guards on any of the kids. They do not make sure that when Deku is released from the hospital, he actually goes back to his mother or to another adult. They do not make sure that the kids are with an adult. And they expect the 15-year-olds to not mount a rescue mission.
Yeah.
They expect the hot-headed 15-year-olds who they are training to interfere with situations, who have the disposition to go be professional heroes, which is already going to be your hotheads who are more likely to intervene when they feel that they can do good. And they did not have even their parents making sure that they were watching them the whole time. That's an egregious oversight by every adult involved. The parents,
But it's okay.
the police, the school.
They're heroes. They're not villains. They'll make the rational decision, and we believe the rational decision is to do nothing and wait for the professionals. And never mind that they're becoming professionals.
Never mind that they're becoming professionals. Never mind that the professionals actively failed multiple times, which is how we're in this situation. You know, like, at no point do they think maybe we just have a cop watch them until they are actually with their parents, and we tell their parents, hey, don't let them out of your sight until we have Bakugo back. Like, it is wild that the amount of oversight by adults in Hero Academia is egregious.
Yep.
あ、何この揉めてる空気。何の話？
Especially during a couple bits that I can't mention. Like, I will say that that gets worse.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. They're already not reliable when...
Yeah,
They're already not reliable when the worst thing that is going on is the occasional villain attack. As the situation deteriorates, it is not surprising that that gets worse. I mean, like I said, I've seen through the Vigilante arc, which means that I've seen effectively them just give up on holding society together. The adults just go, man, I guess we lost.
Yeah, the adults not only later on or they keep thinking that the kids aren't going to do anything, but in a lot of the situations they get very apathetic. They're like, well, the kids have already fixed other things before.
Yeah, and like to an extent that's just the reality of that kind of teenage power fantasy. Like, it is a necessity for it to work that way, but it's also very silly. I'm finally getting to the part of the game where, while I still have significantly higher stats than every enemy I run into, it's not as egregious.
It's not becoming mindless combat anymore.
It's still pretty mindless, but it's not at the point where I just delete them.
Okay.
Lower its defenses. Like, for example, this boss took 2 turns.
Ooh, new record.
Yeah, it lasted so long. Then again, I don't really recall it being lasting that many turns in the first place. So that might just be a case of it wasn't that strong to begin with.
Yeah.
The annoying thing is that I'm trying really hard to avoid leveling at all until I have all the characters, because they do not get full experience when they're not in your party. I'm pretty sure they get half experience when they're not in your party. Which isn't nothing, but it is Less than I would prefer.
Yes.
ねえねえ
I think it's so funny. In Yu-Gi-Oh, there are 3 like really strong meta-defining archetypes right now. One of them is not in Master Duel yet. We just got the second one like a couple days ago. And have had the first for about a month. The difference between the 3 archetypes is like just design design visually wise is so funny to me. The first one was Draco Tail. It's a bunch of like I don't know if they're half human or just humanoid dragons, merging with spellcasters and witches and such, and becoming these really powerful dragon forms. Then we get K9, who's like, if I'm remembering their concept accurately, they're like time police chasing down this werewolf who's running through time trying to escape the cops.
Okay.
And then we have Yummy, who are just cereal mascots.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta eat some cereal, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I say cereal mascots, but they're like 3 main monsters are Kooky, so it's like a bag of like a bag of cookies. Cuppy, which is just a cup of some kind. I think it's supposed to be like cup noodle, and some other one that's like a drink or something. So they're like little food mascots.
That's really funny, actually.
So you've got these super powered dragons. You've got time or like werewolf in London time police, and then capitalism.jpg.
I hate that you're right about there being capitalism.jpg. Oh, okay. So I want to comment on something that I saw today. So if you haven't heard, Discord is becoming like the company that people can own stock in. I don't think they're quite public yet. Like it's not a public stock, but they have they're filing an IPO.
Okay.
And it's really funny. It's always so funny to me how people are like surprised when these tech companies eventually do things that will allow them to monetize, and like people are like, yeah, now they're gonna increase the number of ads. And I get that enshittification of things that go public is a very real thing, but there's this weird vibe where people are like, yeah, privately owned stuff is better, and it's like, it's not really. Like, Discord has been going towards monetization for years, and you can't expect a company not to, right? A company exists to make money. The service of Discord exists to make the people who run it money, fundamentally. Whether it's public or private, that doesn't actually change. The problem is the system and the fact that if you're not paying for something, you're the product. The money comes from somewhere, no matter what. It's this weird thing that happens with a lot of online services where people are like, yeah, this service, it's gonna stay free and they're never gonna monetize. And that's just like, it's never true. It's a myth that people in tech like to tell themselves about how the things there are going to operate. It's never true. It's never been true. It's never going to be true. on a
Yeah.
fundamental level, every tech company, the way that tech companies exist in the modern sphere is that they have huge bundles of investment at first. They operate at a loss until they have a large enough user base to monetize. That's what every tech company has done for like 30 years at this point. You know, like Google led the way on how this monetization strategy works, and every company since has done it. And it's like, at some point, it'd be really nice if people stopped falling for it. Like, the problem is the way that companies have to monetize that way. The problem is that people are not willing to simply pay for a service. They want it to be free. And fundamentally, we do not live in a system where it can be free without enshittification. It's just not possible. It will just go out of business, which is what happens to some of them, right? There are services that stay free until the bitter end, that hold on to just having the occasional ad revenue until it literally shutters their doors, right? Or metaphorical doors, since it's usually tech companies.
'Cause even if they keep the model the same, they over time you're just going to get more users, usually until you like plateau out for smaller projects and such, or projects with little notoriety. But even if that happens, you need more and more server space for those users, or else you're gonna have other problems. And to fund that server space costs money, and you either need to run more ads, which people are always going to complain about, or you need to do something to fund it. Like,
yeah. Money comes from somewhere.
Yeah.
You have to pay for services. They don't just materialize. And it's wild to me that people think that these super expensive services, right? Like, running Discord is not cheap. Discord is going to need to make its money back. And in some ways, they are doing Nitro, and that's probably making them some of their money back. But it's almost certainly not making them enough money back. And that's the important thing, right? Is that even if it's making them some money, it's not making them anywhere near enough. And it's just wild that there's this pervasive culture of like, but can't we just have it all for free? And it's like, not under our current economic model. I agree that we should change our economic model. It's not working. It's pretty shitty by a whole lot of metrics. But like, you can't blame a company for like wanting to not close, because that is fundamentally what would happen if they just never charged for it. They would have no choice but to close, because that's what happens. That's what happens to companies that don't ever charge. They simply close. It's just not possible for them to not, as their user base grows. The company can't run at a loss forever. And even if there were people who were okay with running a company at a loss, frankly, a tech company is not where I'd want them devoting their resources. There are much better charity problems to throw money at that could be solved by more money. Like, I'd much rather have them working on problems like making sure everyone has food and things like that, you know? There are more important things for people with lots of money who want to just burn it to throw their money at than some random tech gadget that we could frankly live without. Like, I really like Discord. I really liked Skype before it. I thought TeamSpeak was cool too. I could live without all of that if I need to. It'd be annoying, but I'd survive. And there are things that people will not survive without. So if someone was going to run a free service, it should be something a little more integral to the survival of people than something like Discord or any other tech business.
Yeah.
It is just one of those things where I look at people and I'm like, do you not understand how our economic model works? It doesn't matter how much a company doesn't want to be under that system. Every person in Discord could be fully against capitalism. It does not matter. They still exist within it, right? They still can't keep the lights on.
How does that quote go? There is no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Yeah, like, if you want enshittification to not be a thing that companies who largely offer their services for free do, then you either have to be okay with those being a paid service, or you have to change the underlying model of society. That's your only two options. You can't just wish it away, because it's not going to happen, right?
Yeah.
It's just something I was thinking about when that popped up on my feed today, and I was just like, that's not effective. You know, I just realized why I'm out of new laundry scenes. And it's because you probably can't do laundry with the girls. And then I internally went, no, that was a good choice. I don't want to see whatever weird ass laundry scenes they'd want to write for them. That was a good choice. Let's not.
Why would they have weird laundry dialogue?
Because I know the kind of dialogue that would be in a video game, and I do not trust that it would be normal.
That's fair.
Does it have to be weird? No. But if
Is
the
it
choice
going to be? Probably.
Yeah, but if the choice is just that it's not there, which I'm pretty sure it's not, because I've done laundry several times and I'm just getting the guys as laundry companions. Like, I haven't gotten Hulkenberg a single time, and I haven't gotten Juna since she got added to my party recently. Again, like, and I'm okay with them just not doing that at all. That's fine. That's I would prefer that they just have normal cute laundry scenes like the guys do, but it is preferable for them to have none than it is for them to have weird ones. So
yeah,
I'll take it.
I'm just scrolling through Reddit here while watching and listening, but Stellaris came up, and I recently found out why my Stellaris file was so goddamn huge. So a while ago, when I was back in September, when I was trying to install Borderlands 4, it's a fairly sizable game. I didn't have enough room on my drive for it for some reason, because I have a 980 gigabyte memory, and it was almost full. What the fuck? So I'm looking at like my files and everything, and and because almost all of my time on this computer is spent on Steam, I'm checking my Steam files, see what my larger games are. I have a couple suspicions, but I'll check them all anyway. I checked through things. I checked Stellaris. It was approximately 490 some odd gigabytes.
That's a few gigabytes, you know, it's just a couple.
Yeah. I hadn't played Stellaris in a couple weeks at that point, and I bit the bullet and just uninstalled it, and deleted all related files, and it cleared up all that space, and I'm really happy about that. But I was wondering why it took up so much space, but not so curious that I started like digging. Apparently, one of my buddies found out about a month ago that Stellaris backs up all save files permanently, locally.
Interesting.
Now, I said all. I don't mean all of your saves. If you ever play multiplayer, it also saves the save data on every player's computer. individually.
Okay. I mean, that makes a kind of sense.
Yeah, but it doesn't have an expiration date on them. Like the files don't like replace themselves or like have a certain count that you can have at a certain amount of time. So
Yeah,
all of my
that's-
save data from like 2020 was still there.
Still, how big is the save data that added up to gigabytes?
Daniel, I want to point something out. Still are 2,158 hours of gameplay.
That's fair.
There's a lot of it. It's not just that like, oh man, each save file is huge. I don't know how big each save file was, but there's a lot of it. And probably about, I would say, a third of that time was spent in multiplayer. So I miss that multiplayer group. It just kind of like everyone just got so busy that doing other stuff we've floated away.
Yeah. That always happens eventually. Oh.
どこにしようか。
行こ
Go to Trad. Go just fast travel to the part of the town I need.
さて
う行こっか
I'm a fool. Now I must sit through another loading screen.
よっと。
How dare.
ちょっと
Okay. This gold beetle. Let me look at my list of gold beetles. Next one is in Kira. I've once again accidentally pressed X too many times and thus not fast traveled to the specific part of the city I want to be in.
行こ
Yeah.
I did not realize how many loading screens this game had until I replayed it. There's a few. It's a lot.
さて
どこにしようか。
So
行こ
pick up another gold beetle, as one does.
よっと。
This guy's playing Total Warhammer 3, and they're on the offensive attacking this army, and the post is titled "Did I attack a what was it? Did I attack a fucking naval yard or something?" Because out of the 20 units in this or maximum 20 units in this army, 17 of them are disembarked ship cannon.
That's a few.
Yeah. It's like the commanding general, 2 melee squads, and then 17 disembarked ship cannons. The AI makes some funny decisions sometimes.
I found, on my first playthrough of the game, I found the majority of the gold beetles on my own. On this playthrough, though, nah. Just grabbing them from a list. I don't need to get these on my own.
さて
どこにしようか。
I've got nothing to prove anymore.
う行こ
Mr. Streamer Man, you will be proud of me. I've finally done my job as mod.
How did something
I
pop
find-
up?
I have taken mod action. I am not abusing my power, I swear.
Congratulations. Okay.
どうする
Now,
I just looked at your stream tags. I feel like you're misrepresenting yourself here with the clueless tag at the moment.
no, I'm not.
Mr. Second Run.
That tag does not leave. It deserves its spot. I might have some clues about the game, but as a general statement, it is still accurate.
Okay, that's fair.
That's one of the tags that doesn't leave. It's also one of the tags that is like mostly a joke. I think it's funny. So there's a memorandum in this game that's just various information about different things you can encounter. And it holds through New Game to New Game Plus. I have 98% of the collection complete. There's 3 things left for me to complete it. And 2 of them I did not get explicitly because it requires that you talk to someone without having done your very urgent quest.
Oh.
You have to ignore the main quest at times when the game makes it sound urgent. And, like, I don't hardcore roleplay, but if a game makes a quest sound urgent, I typically don't do side quests unless I would miss out on something. And I didn't know that by not talking to certain people at specific times, I would miss out on something. So my first playthrough, I simply just did every main quest on the very first day that it was available. Because the structure of the game is that you get main quests, and then you have to wait for the next big thing to happen, right? And typically while you're waiting for the next big thing to happen, you go around and do side quests and campaign and all that kind of stuff to be king. But yeah, I think it's the only, there's only one other thing I need, there's only one other thing, and it's just an activity view that I didn't do because my stats were high enough that I didn't need to at the time. It wouldn't have benefited me.
Imagine choosing not to do content in a JRPG.
I mean, in my defense, I chose to do other content instead. So,
was it a choice between 2 different things, or did you just neglect one?
I neglected to do the beach on this island interaction, but it's not like I ever spent a day doing nothing. You know, it's a matter of on new game, because you need to be increasing your stats too. You don't actually have don't actually have enough days to do every single interaction. It's not possible,
Damn.
I'm pretty sure. There are just interactions you will miss out on. And in particular, if you don't know that interaction disappears at a specific time, it does. There is a point in the end game, like the last month of the end game, where the sky changes and a lot of the observed things go away. So like you can't observe the ocean at that point. Anyway, I need to go talk to this village cleric. But sorry, history lesson, huh? You know, we might be able to better support those who are disadvantaged if we take time to learn about the culture. A wise decision. Let us find somewhere quiet to talk. Lady Yupa is a priestess and a direct descendant of the previous chief. However, what makes her unique is that there's not been a priestess born from the chief's bloodline in 100 years. What do you mean? Were the other priestesses before Lady Yuffie chosen from different families then? Precisely. As long as the successor has a high aptitude for magic, the lineage of a chosen priestess matters little. It'd be a problem for such a sacred lineage to end simply due to a break in bloodline. There are always several potential candidates across the island. The continuity of bloodline is what makes Lady Yuffie so special. I cannot blame the populace for seeing her through a lens of divinity. That's why you all want to sacrifice her? That's why she's being groomed for sacrifice? It's not so simple. We may have been able to continue passing the role of priestess on to future generations as normal if disaster hadn't struck. 10 years ago, the dragon god began to grow restless. Lady Yuffie had already been made priestess, though she was only a child, and her parents, who were the previous chief and priestess, went on ahead to the temple. They lost their lives in there, didn't they? They did, engulfed by the storm of our deity's rage. The dragon godette would not hear the pleas of his highest acolytes, then what of his worshippers? The fate of the previous chief left us grief-stricken. I have no doubt of the immense trauma inflicted upon Chief Adeni and Lady Yuffie as a result. Thus the two of them made their respective decisions, and that brings us to the present.
Yes.
I'd just like... Well then, does this knowledge at all change your perception of the island? Let's speak again if you should so choose. I'm gonna go to the one engraving that we can see on the island, because I think it's really funny that they saw this and went, yes, human sacrifice is definitely what this means.
よっと。
Do, 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 do. So they saw this mural right here. And they went, yep, that's a human sacrifice. There's nothing else that could be. Must just be a human sacrifice.
I mean, it's a box. What else is in the box but human sacrifice? Nothing comes in boxes except human sacrifice.
Yeah. It's actually a funeral, but you know, it has to be human sacrifice.
Technically, if you think about it, a funeral is just self-sacrifice.
I'm not sure that's true of most funerals.
I mean, you yourself have given up your life.
Giving up
Willingly or
is not the right word. But yeah, you find out through the process of this quest that actually the priestess is just supposed to fight alongside the dragon god, and that some of them die in battle, and that's what that's about. And I think that's really funny, because you have to really think about, like, how did that change in their oral tradition, right? Because at some point there was a generation where they had to have gone, no, we need to sacrifice the priestess. And you have to wonder, how much did they dislike the priestess in that generation? Because that's a wild shift, right? To go from you have to sacrifice yourself by fighting for us to
We're just gonna stab your still beating heart on this stone slab.
yeah,
Kind of
that is
vibe.
a wild difference. Like, how did that one happen? My personal theory is that there was a generation where there was a priestess that everyone hated for some reason. Because that's the only theory I have that makes any kind of sense. Like, that's all I've got for why that would be the case at all. Anyway, hello, village cleric. Do you have any other unique interactions before I go save Yuffie and change your interactions forever? There's chaos in our island, however I can't help but feel that such a noble gesture on Lady Yuffie's part is essential. As outsiders, I do not expect you to grasp the importance of this sentiment. I also understand the chief's desire to hold on to what little family he has left. And yet, she's the first priestess of direct descent in 100 years. This must be destiny. Who are we to defy it?
よし。
ありがとう。
You're traveling to Montario, yes? While you're there, I ask that you treat the Mystari and other regions with the same kindness you've given to us. There are people whose hearts have been trampled by the Sanctus Church. It would be much obliged if you would aid them as you've aided us. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's going to be her last unique interaction. And then we will connect back with her after we save Yufa to see her new interaction.
慎重に行こう。うん。さて、どこにしようか。
Okay, now I need to actually go and actually commence with the main plot again, now that I've gotten that done. Oh, I actually need to read the memorandum. The priestess of Virga Island, a central figure of Virga Island's faith. The priestess is permitted to directly commune with the dragon god. However, when grave disaster strikes the island, she is to offer her life to assuage the dragon god's rage. In other words, her true role is that of a living sacrifice. Buy information. Buy more information. I already know all the information, so it's not like I actually need to read it, but it makes me happy to have it in my inventory.
Yeah. That's why I keep sending you books in Baldur's Gate without telling you. So you have a funny little surprise for later. It's like, oh, I didn't know I had this lore. Let me look at it.
That's not the same.
It is exactly the same.
I really wish that Baldur's Gate had a better inventory management system.
Yeah.
I don't know how to fix it, but man, does it need fixing.
I would not have built the inventory system the way it is built.
Yeah. It just isn't very conducive to actually searching for what's in my inventory. Makes it very difficult to find what I need. Oh, hey, I can get this gold beetle now. Another gold beetle obtained. Get the parch water. Is the special item I'm supposed to be looking around for. And then we go give it to this guy, and he makes us what we need to actually continue with the main quest. Hello, future brother-in-law. Could you give me the item I need to go save your sister? Thanks. I joke, but like, it is almost certain that the intended ship is the protagonist in Yufa. They're the only ones who have like a lot of romantic undertones, and we never find out what handshakes mean in their culture, but we only see the only NPCs who are holding hands are lovers, and the last thing Yufa does with you is say she's giving you the other type of handshake. So did we get engaged and we just don't know it? Who knows, man? It's not impossible.
I'm gonna give you the other kind of handshake, meanwhile, trying to get two computers to talk to each other properly. We're gonna perform the other kind of handshake later at her place. It's just her with like these giant, like quarter-inch thick glasses, messy hair, oversized t-shirt and sweatpants, sitting behind a computer, head in her hands, like, why won't they connect? And it's like, it's your two computers like really hardwired into each other, and just a giant error message on the screen. And protagonist is sitting on the couch, like confused.
Confused but ready.
Ready, maybe not for what she intended, but ready.
Confused but ready to help. That's the best description of this protagonist a lot of the time. You may not always understand what's going on, but he's ready to help. That's the important thing. He's here to assist, whether he understands what's going on or not. Okay. What did I... Next, I need to make sure that I take... That's not where I meant to teleport. Oops. I need to make sure that I take the remaining quests so I can go get all the things at the temple. Leave it to me, lady.
Oh, I do want to try and do a funny one punch build, but it won't work.
Do it. Unleash the funny ha-has.
I do like funny ha-has.
That's right. Give in to the darkness in your heart.
Do I, the more I'm looking at this, the less it's seeming like viable to do a actual one-shot build. No. So it took time walking. Damn.
Off
got
we
arcade
go
supremacy.
to get another quest. Oh. The amount of running around I have to do in this game means that even on New Game Plus, it's still not fast. You know?
Yeah.
Which is true of most New Game Pluses. No matter what they give you, there's really nothing they can do to make it not take a while. All that's really gonna change is like how egregious is the amount of time it's gonna take. Right? That's all it's really gonna change. Okay. Galka, are there any other requests I need to pick up? Cool, there aren't. I've done everything. Or I've picked up every request. I haven't done any of them yet. Because the next thing to go do is the main quest, because I want to... I want to make sure that I get Yufa in my party as soon as possible, so that way she's getting XP for things. Means I gotta go do a dungeon. I should I probably didn't need. I probably could just gone to Gauntlet Runner. I always forget that they just let me do that. But my brain wants to be like, I need the Gauntlet Runner to be in the right town, right? If I just interact here, it'll teleport me first if it needs to before I go anywhere. Off to the Dragon Temple, where nothing bad will happen. Only good things happen in the Dragon Temple. Hulkenberg comes to mind. Maybe I should go talk with her. Finally, I can start finishing off their plot lines. Do Hulkenberg's first.
The rest of this draft is garbage.
What are you playing anyway?
Dota 2 ability draft.
Ah, I see. You explained the rules to me last time you played it. Well, we were talking, I think.
Yeah. So the rest of the characters here, garbage for what I was wanting to do.
群島域の複雑な海流を越え見えてきたのは竜宮今
Okay, time to go beat up a giant tree.
やりましょう。
And then time to go beat
Ooh,
up
they got overpowered tag team.
then time to go beat up a dragon.
お願い。
Which is as fast as this is gonna escalate.
なあ
Sure, there's an entire dungeon between those two things, but it's practically nothing.
Yeah.
いささか強いか。
この属性を狙いましょう。
下がるぞスナイパー。貫け。
What are my talents for
飽きない
Fate
この
Bolt?
力で
この力で。豪華よ。着点に命中。
さて
ジュナ。
ソードマスター。思ったより耐えるな。
王者の力よ。
Burn, baby, burn. Anyway, mini boss defeated in one turn. It didn't even get to go. Because it didn't deserve to.
悪くないな。また強くなったよ。
進むわよ。急ぎましょう。どうする？
うん。
Into the dungeon now.
ここ。
I almost have
捉えた。詰めるよ。
I almost have 30 all as my base stats without even having spent any of the stat points you get for leveling up. In this game you get 2 points for leveling up. One is automatically assigned to a random stat. I don't know if it's actually random or if you just get an even amount in the stats by the time you're max level. But the other point you get to assign yourself. And you get bonuses for every archetype you've mastered to your stats. Archetypes
やってやるさ。
keep between
しばし使わせてもらおう。
keep between runs, but they
風属性が有効だね。
so they keep between runs, but they have a caveat on keeping between, which is that you're treated as if you don't have them maxed until you unlock them through friendship. So every time I get new characters, my stats just go up because I get the stuff from their friendship.
敵はまだ残ってる。警戒してる。
Oh, I have to actually squad battle this one. Hey, buddy.
準備できてるね。敵は氷属性が弱点ね。
Speak to Blunt and Ice. I feel like I'm probably not set up properly for this dungeon, but it's fine.
一発はいいところに入った。
I'm not too worried about it.
豪華よ。
If I simply kill my enemies, then they can't do anything about me.
That's fair.
You know?
この攻撃は効かないか
I
ら。
didn't pay attention to the fact that it blocked fire. Oops. I guess it gets a turn. My bad.
この技は
能力低下
スナイパー。せいや。
見たか。この調子でいきなさ。
どうする？
It's annoying me that Juna doesn't have her actual powers, so goodbye archetypical ring. Or archetypal ring. Juna's whole thing is being a mass dancer, and her masks actually give her really good things, so not having her
Masks?
mask... Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure I heard what you said right.
And so not having her mask on is a pretty bad detriment. Oh, wait, she can't equip her best ones. Because she can only equip those on her royal. Ooh. Never mind then. She can't equip anything good anyway. Me just dismissing all of the intermediate mass as trash. It's fine.
近くにまだ敵がいるぞ。気をつけろ。このまま押し切る。
In that case, I probably will devote some stuff towards getting her Megiddo. So that's a good spell for her.
Why did you go back?
Juna, go learn how to be a commander. You can do it.
Nothing to take it.
What's her dialogue for becoming a commander? It's very much outside of her wheelhouse, generally.
行くわよ。
The commander archetype. If you need inspiration, I've got it covered in spades. Now follow my lead.
まだ
Okay.
上を目指すわ。
Okay, so she just needs to max out commander to get general. And first she needs to go general rank 13 is when she gets Megiddo.
さすが私じゃない。新しい技ね。さすが私じゃない。新しい技ね。
Okay. Oh boy, got some graced water. On first playthrough, that would have actually been an exciting item.
行きましょう。見て。
Darn it, I have to remember where the staircase that I can go through, even though the game doesn't tell me I can go through it is. How annoying. The gimmick of this whole dungeon is that you have to follow the lines on the ceiling to get around. Or if you take any staircase that the lines on the ceiling don't let you, you'll, get taken back to the beginning, like it's that kind of area. But there's one staircase in this whole place that you can, in fact, go through without that being the case. Oh, that was an actual... Okay. I forgot I'm not over-leveled. So I have to actually fight the enemies. These enemies cast Forget an AoE. That's what most games call silence, which makes them the worst. They also self-destruct though, so as it turns out, I don't gotta fight that one. One of the more annoying things about the way that I like to play games, and the way that it would bother me if I didn't, is there are stat increasing items in this game that are not, they're not farmable in any way. That there's only like 3 of each kind in the game or something. I don't actually remember what the number is, but there's only a few of each kind in the game, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember which pieces of loot and which areas they are.
Damn.
Which means that I have to pick up every piece of loot to make sure I don't miss any. Because I want them stats, man. I want them so bad.
ねえ。この感じ、近くに何かあるかも。
Oh, that's how you're supposed to know which flames are real and which ones aren't. You're supposed to use phase sight. Okay. Don't know why I never thought of that. I think it's because I forget that we have that ability sometimes. In my defense, it's easy to forget.
壊す攻撃はダメだから注意して。月攻撃は効かないよ。
Well, these particular enemies read immune to Heisme, so I'm just gonna pass. I'm being very literal when I say that. They really do just read immune to Heisme. They're immune to every single thing you can do. Let's see how they react to fire, because I don't have the info for these enemies. The fire will kill them. So Juna's got that enemy grouping.
とどめだったね。お疲れ様。
よし一気に行こう。
スナイパー。
アティーラ
Another enemy easily slain.
お疲れ様。
よし敵はもういないな。
こいつはいい。使い
この感じ、近くに何かあるかも。うん、安全よ。
Wait to be out of this place. That way I don't have to do this anymore. Okay, without being high enough level to kill the self-destructy guys out of combat easily, I think I just don't do enough damage to them to prevent them self-destructing. It's not like they actually hurt me by self-destructing, I just dodge, but like... It is just a little bit annoying.
近くにあるよ。
That's not what I keep. Fuck. I keep thinking one ability is on another button, but it's not on the button that I think it is.
Simply rebind your buttons. That will never confuse you, I promise. It'll work. Probably.
近くに何かありそうよ。
このまま押し切るか。
焦っても遅いんだから。ごめん、甘かった。
任せる。
落ち頼むよ。
やってやるんだから。燃えなさい。
Yeah, I have two abilities right now that are usually on the Q key for their respective heroes, and it's fucking me up.
Yeah, so you can't even...
しばらく安全よ。
You can't even rebind, because then it would still be... One ability would still be on the wrong button.
任せる。
先よろしく。
使いこなしてみせる。ちょっとかっこいいとどめだったね。お疲れ様。
Here's a fun question. If you had to guess, which of these two abilities would have the
反応があるわ。
cooler animation? An ability called Energy Ray
近くに何か
that you can do synthesis to acquire pretty early in the game. Like, I had it in the first dungeon. Or an ability that you can only acquire by doing every single royal, by getting every single royal archetype in the game. And you have to have 4 royal archetypes out. And the effect of the ability is that it guarantees max damage. So it just does 4 9s to everything on the field. Which of those two abilities would you guess would have the cooler animation?
I'm gonna guess the Energy Ray.
この調子でいきましょう。
You're only guessing that because I asked and you know it.
Yeah.
敵はもうおらん。
It is Energy Ray, and it's not close. So Energy Ray I picked out as a random, I think its animation is cool, but like it's not anything super special either in terms of like what animations this game has to offer. I'd put it in the top half of cool animations, but it is just Kamehameha.
続いていこう先よろしく
You know, like on a fundamental level, that is just what the animation is. It's you cast Kamehameha on the enemy, and it looks cool, but it is just Kamehameha. But with light and like with bright gold light instead of blue light, right?
まだ
Sure.
残敵がいる
Like it's nothing all that special.
下手な戦いができないと
The problem is that that ultimate move I
少
mentioned
ない頼むよ
doesn't have a special animation associated with it pretty much at all.
根性あるじゃない
Oh,
王者の力
Yeah,
この身に宿れ
isn't that weird?
ソードマスター光の力だ仕上げだスナイパーかーギャ
It really is just its
とかっこいいとどめ
field animation isn't bad. Like it's not field animation, but like there's two pieces to the animation of a lot of moves in this game. One is skippable, one isn't. The skippable one is usually the
You've come
much
to the
cooler
most
thing.
dangerous planet to hunt an
Where am I
apex
getting audio
predator
from
that
right
can't be
now?
killed.
The heck?
We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands. Buy it now, only on digital.
One second, I need to figure out where the fuck I'm getting audio from right now. What was that? The heck? Where did that come from? Like, I just very suddenly got very loud ad audio. And I don't know what tab or anything it came from. But yeah, it is, because nothing was open. Nothing changed. That was super weird. Okay. Hopefully that's fixed. I still don't know where that sound, like, where that sound came from. It just decided to exist. Oh, have I told you yet the real reason I post a new video on TikTok every day?
no.
The real reason I have to post a new video on TikTok every day is so the spectator clip won't be more than half of my likes. Because it is still getting likes on TikTok. It's above 9,000 views now. I think it might actually break 10K before it stops.
I actually just. Oh, he has 31 HP regen.
I think I have closed every tab that could possibly have been what caused that random ad. That was weird. What's weird is that it just did one ad and then stopped. I'm very confused by that, but whatever. We'll just
Oh, he's
continue
wrecked.
playing the game.
さすが私じゃない
Juno got commander. Now Juno
なるほど
gets
興味
general.
いいか
頼んだ
Things like that randomly happening is why I prefer it when I can separate out my audio. It just, Discord doesn't play nice with any of the options for that.
まだまだ上を目指すわさすが私じゃない 新しい技ね。
I guess congratulations to whoever just got an extra super secret second ad in their ad payment.
Yeah.
Back to mugging the enemy. Or we shall defeat them.
落ち着いて先よろしく。
マスクドダンサー燃えなさい。敵は全滅みたい。お疲れ様。
よし、うまくいった。また強くなれたみたいだな。
よし、もう残ってないわね。これもしかして。よし。
よし、やろう。
Just squad battle these jerks.
この局面なら。
この力で。
And then Juno will just Crimson Flame and they'll die. It's just that easy. They can't do anything about me. They've got nothing. They are but powerless little weaklings.
いつもこう行きたい。
Could not do anything to stop my great might. One might even say I have all the might.
この戦い。
Are you here?
負けられない。
No, I'm there.
マスクドダンサー豪華よ。 ちょっとかっこいいとどめだったね。お疲れ様。
やれるようになってきたのかな。
Oh, I never realized that line. The character I'm playing, his whole shtick is being able to memorize anything and copy other people's spells and whatever, with like
Yeah.
eidetic and photographic memory and all that. One of his lines when he's attacking something is "You will be forgotten tomorrow."
Oh, damn. That's rude. That's cold.
ちょっとかっこいいとどめだったね。お疲れ様。敵はもう残っていない。しばらくは安全だ。
Okay, I need to fail the puzzle real quick to take me back to the beginning. Oh. Didn't.
この
Weird. It takes me back to... Why? That's so weird. It took me back to a midpoint. I don't understand why.
恥ずかしく行くぞ。
今の一発はいいところに入ったんだ。やってやるんだから。 最後の一撃すごかった。
Crimson Flame's a bit wasteful on MP for these enemies, but it's fine.
強くなったみたい。付近に敵はいないようだ。
Unfortunately, being underleveled in this game is actually kind of bad. Because it's one of those games where level is a input into a lot of functions.
Yeah.
強い。
マスクドダンサー豪華よ。観念なさい。
貴族手加減はなだ。
Which I generally... I like games that have level as an input to functions. I don't generally like that in combination with other systems where I decide my stats. Because it usually ends up with my stats being not actually that... My stat choices being not that actually important.
それ役立ち
Like, I definitely think you can make a system where it works out and it feels important. But no game I've yet to play has accomplished this feat. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I have yet to play a game that managed to make that feel important while also not making it like managed to make it both feel my choices for stats feel important without making it clear that I could just be good at things if I just leveled up more. That is an enemy? I missed again. What is this enemy? I just missed twice. Huh? And it landed forget on Juna. Rude. Oh, I have Patra, so I'll just unforget her.
Telekinesis. That's it. So I could have teleported out of there actually. He doesn't have any RCC.
Where that wants to lead me. Also, I will say, I do have one gripe with this game. There are breakable objects, and not once is there anything in them.
Oh.
Yeah. Occasionally, they hide where items are at, but they don't typically hide them very well. So, I'm not sure I'd really count them as hiding them. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Kaboo. I just realized something. I could be making this so much easier on myself.
But why would you do that?
Because I want life to be easy. What the wolf gives? I'm pretty sure I have all the pieces for this combo at this point. See if I don't or not. If I don't have all the pieces for this combo yet, then I can't do it. And I'll have to live without it, but I'm pretty sure I do.
That's usually how things work.
Until it kills you, yeah. Put Megiddo, then replace on with down here if I had it. Revitalize 3 is not ist, but do I have the other one yet? Or is that at the next tier? Looks like it's probably at the next tier for Mage. Bummer. Revitalize. Oh, wait, no, wait. I'm just blind. There it is. I have Shield Blessing. Okay, now let's see if that's enough to just delete the enemies on its own. Okay, we get 10 MP back for starting our turn, and then we spend 15 MP to cast Megiddo, and the enemies all die. Easy. Now we only spend 5 MP a battle on one person instead of 40. Oops. So I may have done oopsie and gotten hit. No, it happens.
Just a bit of an oopsie in the doopsie.
It's okay, this enemy's not actually a threat to me. And I heard enough out of combat that Megiddo's still going to one-shot it, so bye-bye. Just means I don't get the bonus for an unscathed victory. I think unscathed victories are one of those times, like any game that does the beating an enemy without getting hurt makes you better at fighting thing, which is a fairly common thing, right? Like a lot of games do that. I think in every instance of it, it's kind of funny because it makes sense from a game design perspective that you would want that to be a thing, right?
Right.
Like it's logical from a game design perspective. It makes complete sense because it encourages players to be exploring ways to cheese things, which is going to prevent them from relying on bad strategies for longer, right? You're training your players to be using their abilities to the best of their ability all of the time. Which is just a generally good thing. You want things in the game that encourage that. They encourage players to actually figure out better ways to handle their enemies. So that makes complete sense to me from a logical perspective, why it exists in most games. That being said, it kind of doesn't make sense from a what experience is point of view, right? Like, it doesn't make as much sense from a let's think about what it means to be getting experience, right? Getting combat experience. One of my shorts was a joke about this, because it was, you know, I know when I bully the weak, I learn a lot and get stronger, right? Like, it doesn't make sense with the conceit of what experience is. You know, and a lot of games push back against things that let you cheese experience. Like, you'll have games where weaker enemies give you reduced experience, right? Like, the bigger the level difference between you and them, the less experience you get.
Yeah.
And then in a game that does that, you'll also get unscathed triumph giving you bonus experience. It's one of those things where it's interesting to look at because it's somewhere where the game design of what the developers want the game to be versus the game design of how that actually plays out are at odds, right? Like, the conceptual design of what experience is at odds with the idea that we want to be training players to do better, and that a good way to do that is to reward them when they do. But from a conceptual standpoint, it doesn't make any sense for you to get more experience from an enemy you've defeated easily, even if they are theoretically on paper close to your level of strength, because clearly that's not actually true if you manage to defeat them that easily. It's just one of those odd moments where, like, you can definitely tell that there's a disconnect between those two aspects of a game.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily, like, it's not the worst thing. It happens, right? Like, there's always going to be places and times where the design of something butts head with the reality of that thing, right? One of these staircases, is it? I know there's a way to get up there. It's this one. Okay, are these flames real? Okay, yes. If I had been using Faceit, I would have seen that this flame was real. So there is an indicator for which one of these staircases it is. I brute forced it both times.
Damn.
It's not too hard to brute force, because like when you walk down the staircase, you can see the magic closing in on you and back away before it teleports you away. So, you know, it's not particularly hard. I just learned something I never knew before because I never tried. So this game has live action combat that sets up squad battles. That's turn-based combat. And apparently, if an enemy can self-destruct on the field during the live action combat part, if you attempt to squad battle, it doesn't let you once they start that spell.
Huh.
The game goes, you can't go into turn-based combat now. This enemy is about to be dead. The option simply disappears when you try. Okay, I've almost got this whole place mapped. Somewhere in here, there's a way down there. Just gotta find where it is. How do I get? Not over there. Answer. Path then? I assume it's possible to get down. I don't actually remember. I deleted this maze from my mind after I cleared it the first time. Because obviously I would never need to know it again, you know? We'll ignore the fact that I knew at that point that New Game Plus existed. Obviously, I would never need to know it again.
Well, yeah, you're gonna be so over leveled that you're not gonna need to know the nitty gritty for it.
Yeah. I can't go down here. Is it just not actually possible to go into that area right there? I've now made it so that way I regenerate 16 MP and only spend 15 MP in the battle. In other words, it is now free to kill any enemies that the protagonist can kill with just Megiddo. If they die to Megiddo, they're free. They're weaklings. They are not a threat. For reference, dying to Megiddo is what most enemies do. Most enemies cannot actually survive Megiddo. Because my stats are high, and Megiddo is unaspected damage, so it just hits you. It does not care.
Yeah.
It goes, "Aw, aren't those nice elemental resistances you have? That sure would be helpful if someone was hitting you with elemental magic."
王者の魂をここに
What element is your magic? A yes. Yes to what? Yes, it hits you.
この調子でいきましょう。
これで片付いたか。
Here. This way.
気づかれたわ。気をつけて。
Another enemy spotted me. Time to Megiddo it real quick. It'd be really nice if I could tell Autobot to do something specific.
見たか。この調子でいきましょう。
Busted.
I just want to tell Autobot to skip this person's turn and then cast Megiddo. Because that's all it needs to know how to do.
この感じ、近くに何かあるかも。近くに何かありそうよ。この感じ、近くに何かあるかも。この近く、何かの反応があるわ。
こちらに気づいたか。注意しよう。
Okay, I got it on my map as best I can without being able to actually go up there. But it looks like that area is just not possible to go to. No items or anything in that section on my map, now that I have it on my mini-map. Which means that I am good to go to the rest of the dungeon.
片付いた。
64 armor.
確かにここで立ち止まってる意味はないな。それで
We'll protect Yufa. Gotta choose the options that ingratiate me. I'd just like to say, Final Fantasy 13 lives so rent-free in my head. And I want to say that because right here, I lost control of my characters for the duration of that cutscene, in which I advanced halfway into this room. I immediately turned around to check behind me, going, I never trust a JRPG not to leave loot behind my characters. And the only reason I feel that way is Final Fantasy 13. Because in Final Fantasy 13, anytime you didn't have control of your characters, you better turn around because they did walk by treasure, I promise.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that, like, that's almost certainly also true of other games. Probably. Like, chances are pretty good that that is in fact true of other games. But Final Fantasy 13 is the only one I think of, because that game lives in my head rent-free.
Yeah, I got to talking with one of my friends I haven't seen in a little over a year, a few weeks back, and they were talking about how they got, they were getting... Every other year, they play through all of the Final Fantasy games in release order.
How do they have the time? My god, they're so long.
They have a security job. That's their explanation. I asked a similar question. They said that they work a security job, so they're in a booth most of the time, and just watching screens. So what's watching another screen?
I see. Even with that, that's still a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. They I said, "Oh, what's your favorite Final Fantasy game?" And they said 6, and I said, "Oh, 6 is a good choice." They asked me what mine was. I said 13, and they ignored me the rest of the day.
13 is overhated.
Yeah, 13 is touted as the worst Final Fantasy game, and I don't know why.
Which is wild, because it's not.
It has my favorite battle system.
Like, I'm not...
I really like the Paradigm system.
I think the Paradigm system is really fun. I think it could... Like, I think Final Fantasy 13 is a imperfect game. But it is not even in the bottom 5 for me of the Final Fantasy games I've played. I think... What would be my least favorite Final Fantasy games? If I were to actually think it through. That's hard. I think I'm gonna do it the other way. I'm gonna go best to worst because that's easier to think about. It's easier to think about them positively. So I think my favorite Final Fantasy game is probably... Picking a specific favorite is hard. Okay. It's Final Fantasy 14, but I'm not counting the MMOs. Because that's a different thing. Right?
Yeah.
But my favorite Final Fantasy game is probably something between Final Fantasy 7, 10. It's either 7 or 10, with 9 coming in right behind them, but not actually beating either of them out.
Are you lumping 10 and 10 too?
No.
Okay.
I'll include side games in my categorization here. So I think... Wait, do you think there's a ranked list for this? I could just take a break from playing and do a ranked list of this.
You mean like a tier
list, yeah. Tier list, all Final Fantasy games. Is there a tier list I can just do? I don't want just the main series list. I want all of them. All Final Fantasy games tier list. This should work. I'll make a tier for I didn't play that.
Yeah,
for the ones
unfortunately, if
I
I've made a tier
to.
of I didn't play that, more than half of the titles would be on it.
Okay, is it remix list or go to template?
Remix list.
Okay.
We'll let you go through the whole thing and just rearrange them. I think go to template will also work, but it'll blank it out. I haven't used tier list maker very often.
I probably want use go to template then. Okay, so go to template. It looks like did the exact same thing as remix this list. Is it because I'm not logged in? Okay, here we go. Let me move this over here. And then put it on stream. Window capture. Add a new source. Add source. Then I have to find You write Firefox and make it the correct size. And because I'm doing this on the fly, people are gonna have to live with it not being quite sized correctly.
This was not a planned stream element.
Yeah. It's not a planned stream element, so you're just gonna have to live with the fact that it's not quite sized correctly because of the taskbar at the bottom of my screen. And since I typically full screen whatever I'm streaming, my setup is made for that. Okay, Final Fantasy 1. I think this is a solid B tier. I think it still holds up pretty well for what it is, but it is definitely an older game, and you will feel that, and I think I only rate it this highly because of nostalgia. Let me go over here to my stream category and swap to just chatting. Because at least for the duration of this, I'm sure not playing Metaphor. Okay, Final Fantasy 2. This is going to be controversial. A game. Love that game. This is not a common opinion. Most people hate the way that you level up in that game because it's super grindy. You have to use skills to increase them. You have to get hit to increase your health. You have to use every spell a multitude of times to actually be good with them. I love that. It's grindy in exactly the way my brain likes. I love that game. The only I would kill for them to revisit this system. They never will because it was wildly unpopular. But I loved it. It was great. Okay, so next is Final Fantasy 3. I have a lot of nostalgia for Final Fantasy 3. Wait, let me check. Is there... Okay, doesn't look like we have different versions of the games. And so I will rate this with its 3DS remake, and same with 4. Or not 3DS remake, with its DS remake. I played Final Fantasy 3 and Final Fantasy 4's DS remakes first before I played the original games. I'm gonna rate them both in A. I think I like 3 more than 2. How do I... There we go. I think I liked 4 more than 2 too. I'm gonna put 2 is the bottom of A tier. Final Fantasy 5 I haven't played. Technically I've played the first hour, but I'm not counting that. Final Fantasy 6 I have not beaten, but I have played well over half of this game. This is the start of S tier. Final Fantasy 7 I'm going to rate higher than 6, but it's still S tier. Final Fantasy 8 there's a good game in there somewhere. Anytime I've tried to play this game, it has not captured me. I've played the beginning of this game a lot. I'm gonna put it in B tier because I see the potential, but every time I tried to play it, it just didn't grab me. Final Fantasy 9 I definitely like more than 6. Final Fantasy 10. Which side of 7 do I put it? That's the question. Is 7 remake in here? Yeah, the remakes for 7 are in here, so I will put Final Fantasy 10 above Final Fantasy 7, the original. It's really hard to beat just being on a later console and also still a good game. Final Fantasy 10-2, I've played the first like 5 hours of this game. I'm gonna put it in haven't played, don't know well enough. If I rated it, it'd probably be somewhere around B. I think it's a decent enough game. I think it's fun. There's a reason I haven't beaten it. Final Fantasy 11 I haven't played. Final Fantasy 12, that is a solid B tier. And I'd like to say that's only because I played it recently and liked it more then. I played Final Fantasy 12 off stream. I played it about halfway through. I did not like Final Fantasy 12 initially. I like it more now than I used to. If I was making this list 2 years ago, this would be down in D.
Damn.
Final Fantasy 13, I'm gonna say Final Fantasy 13 is probably the bottom of S tier for me. Like, this is the cutoff. If I like a game less than I like Final Fantasy 13, it doesn't belong in S tier. Final Fantasy 13 2, I'm putting it gets bumped to the bottom of A tier just for that ending. If you know, you know. It is very much the middle game of a trilogy, and boy, does it feel like it. I really liked Lightning Returns a little bit more than I like Final Fantasy 13. So, Lightning Returns is one of the few games that I actually played in one sitting. Like, not without stopping, but like, I did not play another game until I beat it. Like, I booted up that game, and it was the only game that I played until it was finished. And it ate the entirety of my free time. Everything about it really scratched that itch for me. I never actually knew Game Plus or did anything, but I beat the game, credits rolled. I really liked the combat system. And Final Fantasy 14, as I said earlier, if it's on the list, that's my favorite Final Fantasy game. It's really hard to make an argument for any other Final Fantasy game being my favorite, considering how many hours I've put into 14 over the years. I've pretty much played 14 religiously since shortly before Shadowbringers dropped. Was when I first started playing. Shortly before, shortly after Shadowbringers dropped. Final Fantasy 15. I've played the first half of this game. I think it's okay. It's good. I'll put it above 13 too. Final Fantasy 16. Another Final Fantasy game I've not finished, but have played most of. There's too many games like that on this list, man. I need to get better at finishing games. I think it's pretty good. Definitely goes above 13 too. I'm not sure if it goes above or below 15. They're about the same in my mind. They're both solidly decent games, but very different from previous Final Fantasy titles. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but they are very different experiences from what I would expect a Final Fantasy game to be. Final Fantasy 4 The After Years I have not played. Final Fantasy 7 Remake, I'm gonna come in here and put it just above the original. Rebirth goes above 10. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. Okay, actually, I'm gonna asterisk that. If they land the trilogy, I will almost certainly, that will be my favorite mainline Final Fantasy title of the games that I've played thus far.
The remake of 7?
Yes. If they land the last game of the trilogy. So they stick the landing. If they stick the landing, and I like the way that it came out in the end, gameplay wise, Rebirth was one of my favorite games I've ever played. Just gameplay wise. Loved that game. It's an open world game that I actually 100%ed and was like, oh, is there not more? I've never had that experience with an open world game of any kind. Any game with that kind of like going around and collecting that much stuff, by the end of it, I've always been tired. Even ones that I consider absolutely amazing, like Breath of the Wild. Like, by the time I was done with Breath of the Wild, I was ready to be done with that game. I was not ready to be done with Rebirth. Rebirth just ran out of game after well over 100 hours of gameplay. Crisis Core goes right above the original Final Fantasy VII. I'll put it above the first part of the remake trilogy too. I could put it above Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 10 too, you know. Is that Ever Crisis? Ever Crisis is on this list? Why? I mean, it's a gacha game. It was pretty decent for a gacha game, though. It's one of the few gacha games I've actually liked playing. I'm still gonna put it in B though, because it's a gacha game. Dirge of Cerberus, I generally liked, but I haven't played it since I was 10. I'm gonna put it in C because I'm pretty sure most of my like for it is just hard nostalgia. What is this supposed to be? I cannot see. These pictures are too small. Let me zoom in. I still can't see. Final Fantasy VII, The First Soldier, I did not play that. Did not play that game.
Isn't that game like Zack's backstory entirely?
No, Crisis Core is Zack's backstory. The First Soldier is a arena game that they made that's supposed to be you were competing to become a member of Soldier, and like the first generation of Soldier who are before Sephiroth. That being said, it effectively, the game died, so all of its story aspects, I'm pretty sure, got moved over to Ever Crisis, which has been doing a lot better. Because like there's a bunch of characters who appear in the First Soldier initially who then appear in Ever Crisis instead, and that's probably because Ever Crisis did well and the First Soldier didn't, so they had to get rid of it. A lot of people are going to be upset by what I'm about to do, but I haven't played Final Fantasy Tactics. I know I should. It's been on my list to play for a very long time, but I have not played a single Final Fantasy Tactics game, so I'm just going to casually put them all in the haven't played, don't know. Every single one of them. Final Fantasy Type 0 was okay. It was very pretty, and it sure was a game. It goes above Dirge of Cerberus. It's the top of C tier. It sure was an interesting side game. Final Fantasy: The Four Heroes of Light was all right. I like turn-based games. It was a turn-based game. It was nothing to write home about. And unlike Final Fantasy, the original, which I'm giving extra points for being the first one, it was not the first one, so it goes to the bottom of B tier. Actually, I'm gonna drop it to C tier. I'm being too generous. Dissidia, I'm gonna put that solidly in the middle of C tier. Especially the first Dissidia game. I think Dissidia is okay. I did not play the other ones though, and I think that's the truest expression of what I thought of Dissidia. I played Final Fantasy Dissidia a lot on the PSP, and I did not play any of its sequels. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, I think, is an absolutely adorable game. And it's fun to play. I'll put it above Final Fantasy VIII in my rating. Actually, I'll put it above the original Final Fantasy. World of Final Fantasy. This game was adorable.
It was adorable, but I didn't like it.
That's fair. I did. I liked it a lot. I thought it had an interesting gimmick. I didn't get tired of the gimmick by the time I finished the game. I
absolutely did not finish it.
I didn't do all that much extra stuff, but I did roll credits, and I enjoyed my time all the way through rolling credits. And that's really, I think that's like what gets you into A tier for me on this list is, did I finish you, and did I enjoy finishing you, and do I think I would enjoy finishing you if it's the two games I haven't finished that are in this section. Like, do I think I would enjoy finishing you? But yeah, Next, Theatrhythm. I played the first Theatrhythm game, and it was a solid little music game. I thought it was fun. It was cute. I like rhythm games, but not that much. It's a solid C tier game.
Friday Night Funkin' Enjoyer.
What was that?
Friday Night Funkin' Enjoyer.
I've not played Friday Night Funkin'.
Huh? Actually surprising.
When rhythm games are too... Okay, so what you have to understand is that I can only play certain rhythm games. Theatrhythm, because of the way the controls are, is a lot easier on my hands. Right? I have wrist issues. It's the same reason why I loved Celeste. They come out with Celeste 2. I'm probably not playing it. Because that game gave me wrist problems. Yeah. Same problem with a lot of Friday Night Funkin' style rhythm games. I loved those kind of games as a kid. They give me wrist problems now. I can't play them. The Theatrhythm games are a kind of rhythm game that I can still play, so I do like them. Chocobo Racing I didn't play, but Chocobo GP, the second Chocobo Racing game, I absolutely did play. And it sure was a game. I did finish it, so I'm hesitant to put it in the D tier. But it is the bottom of C tier. I liked it enough I finished it. Would I have finished it if I wasn't streaming it? Probably not. I have not played Stranger to Paradise. So let me zoom out now that I don't have to read tiny text on these to know which game they're referring to. This is my final list. There's a surprising amount of Final Fantasy games I just haven't played enough to have an opinion on. I definitely thought there were less, but most of these are side games. It's just 5 and 10-2 that really aren't. And then all the tactics games, but we don't talk about those. I'll get to them one day. But yeah, so this is my definitely thought out opinion on the exact order I would put all Final Fantasy games. For sure. Would not move anything on this list ever again. There we go. Now it's perfect. Zack is my favorite protagonist for any of these games. I really like Zack and I really like Zidane. So those are the reasons that those two games are as high as they are. Crisis Core is being lifted up almost purely on Zack. I will say, I don't know when this list was made, but it says to 2024. But it doesn't have both Crisis Core and the remake, and I actually think the games are different enough, gameplay-wise, that I would rate them very differently. Story-wise, it's obviously the same story. They did not change anything there. All they did was make the cutscenes higher resolution. But gameplay-wise, they entirely changed that game, and it is much better in the remake from a gameplay perspective. I enjoyed playing the remake of that much more. Like it was a much more fun game playing that way wise, and it's because they're not separated that this is so high. If the remake was separated from, like, if Crisis Core and Crisis Core remaster were separated, the remaster would be here and the original game would be somewhere in A tier, because I love Zack and I think the game was decent, but like it was rough around the edges. It was still a PSP game, and it was still limited by the things that limit a PSP game. It's a lot of the way I feel about the original Birth by Sleep. It was limited by the system it was on.
Yeah. God, I still need to finish Birth by Sleep. I played through Terra's campaign, started both Ven and Aqua, but like never actually finished it.
Okay, now let me go back over here. and go ahead and just delete that window capture and then make Elgato visible again. There we go. Okay, back to the game. Our random tier list journey is come to an end. I have to swap back to Metaphor as our category. There we go. Okay, back to playing the game. I feel like I'm pretty generous with games when it comes to rating them. But I also feel like I just don't keep playing games that I think are bad. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not playing a game past 3 hours if it hasn't captured me yet. And I'm generally not going to give a strong opinion about a game I only played for 3 hours. So it's either I don't know enough about it, or I thought it was at least good enough to make it a significant portion of the way through the game. Maybe one day I'll start compiling a tier list of every game I've streamed and rate them all.
That might be something you just do as an ongoing thing. Like you build the tier list, probably like off stream or something, and then every time you finish a game, you add it.
Yeah. That seems like it'd be a fun little thing to keep going. We'll see if I decide to put in the effort to actually do it, because that is a lot of finding and adding pictures to a tier list. Because it does mean that every single game I have to go get the cover art for it and put it up there. Which isn't that much effort, but is it enough effort that I would not do it? Maybe. Hello, Tree Beast. I will be defeating you now. You do not get an opinion on your incoming defeat.
Oh, it's Mana Burn, not Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is
Megiddo!
Megiddo!
I think I can just hit it to death, probably. Yeah. I got 1 MP back in that fight. 4 MP back, actually. I forgot Yuna also has regen. These enemies are not strong enough to even make me spend MP.
Husk go?
I begin to suspect I may be a little underleveled.
You think so, buddy?
The reason I suspect that is because the enemies that are popping out of crystals, which are infinite spawn enemies, they're strong enough I have to squad battle them to kill them.
I think you're underleveled.
Yeah. Oh, stop hitting me with madness. That's rude. Ironically, they enrage the person who can already hit their weakness.
I'm guessing Enrage forces them to auto attack at increased strength.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It was not a great plan for them.
It's a JRPG Enrage mechanic.
Yep, JRPG staple.
I do think if I started streaming, the first game I would stream is like the entire Epic Battle Fantasy series.
Is that a category on Twitch, I wonder? Probably right?
not.
I'd be
I don't imagine
surprised.
it would be.
The Epic Battle Fantasy 4 definitely is. Because that's the one that had like a proper release, right?
4, 5, and 3 all did. They're all on Steam.
I didn't know 3 did, but
Yeah.
Epic Battle Fantasy. If I just search that,
Got my dogs.
so 5, 4, 3, 1, and 2 all have their own categories.
Oh wow. I mean, whether they had their own category or not wouldn't change whether or not I play them, but it would just be played as a different.
Yeah. I mean, if the earlier games didn't, the ones that were released for Steam absolutely would, so they just would have. So you just would have had to stream it under the title of the first one, right?
Probably.
What's really funny is, because of the way categories work on Twitch, and because this isn't a big enough deal for anyone to have ever fixed it, both Custom Robo, which I think is a decently large series, particularly among people of our age, because, well, a new game for that series I don't think has come out in a while. The GameCube game was fairly popular, right?
Sure. I'll believe you.
Not like, it wasn't like huge or anything, but like a decent number of our generation have heard of it. Like, I think you're probably the only, like, you've played this game. Let me put it that way.
Which
Now,
one?
I'll grant you probably only played it because you know me, but, and you may not remember
Talk
playing
about Custom Robo, right?
Yeah.
I have played it for just a little bit, and yes, it was because I knew you.
Yeah. But fucking hard. Because the Custom Robo for the GameCube game and another Custom Robo game, I think the one that precedes the GameCube game, have the same title, but are for different consoles. Their categories don't properly separate on Twitch. This happens with a lot of games where there's not a clear distinction and they're not popular enough for Twitch to have gone out of its way to make that distinction.
Yeah.
You should probably start being a little more careful. I say while not intending to be more careful at all. I do not know the meaning of the word careful, actually. All these enemies can do is make me upsetty, and what's gonna happen? I swing at them? That's already what I was gonna do.
But what about your spaghetti?
It's my mom's, not mine, actually.
Bad D's.
I don't know what you mean.
Was it knees weak, arms heavy, mom spaghetti?
Yeah.
Yeah. So bad knees.
Oh, I thought you said bad D's, and I was like,
No, I was not
missing
trying
a
to make an
reference?
elaborate D's nuts joke.
I was like, am I missing a reference here? Over here, like, I knew I was disconnected from internet culture at various times in my life, but did I really miss a evolution of the mom spaghetti meme? How could this have happened? So much running around in this area to locate more enemies to beat up. How many levels off am I from being able to defeat these enemies more easily.
豪華よ。ちょっとかっこいいとどめだったね。お疲れ様。
こんなとこだな。よし、成長。力が伸びた。
よし。もう残ってないわね。
Let's see, I'm level 38.
使えそうだな。うん、安全よ。
The bee-looking things are level 37, so I need to be level 40 to defeat them without having to squad battle. So that'll be a bit.
What's the benefits of trying to beat them without squad battling?
Just means I don't have to actually go into turn-based combat to beat them.
Oh, okay.
It's actually a generally detriment, because you don't get Unscathed Triumph. You only get credit for the ones that are visible on the overworld, not for any other enemies that would have materialized when doing turn-based combat. So, like, from a getting things from X amount of enemies, it is generally bad. But from a advancing through this dungeon faster perspective, it's generally better. Because it lets you advance faster in less time. Lower its defense. Gold attack. Just go ahead and smack it. Comma. And smashing salvo. Easy game, easy life. Mimic destroyed. Yeah, so being high enough level above an enemy to not have to fight it in squad battle just lets me smack it away from me real fast and then move on with my life. Instead of having to be pulled into a, at minimum, 30-second long exchange. Right, because no matter how fast I click through this, I have to go through loading screens, I have to go through the results screen, like it's not. It is not fast. And my main goal is not to fight enemies and get experience right now, so I don't really care that I'm missing out on experience and other loot, and I know the enemies won't have anything to drop that I care about. Because the only thing I care about is permanent stat increasing items, and I know they don't have those, because they can't have those. There's only one set of enemies in the game that have any kind of stat increasing items that respawn, and they only have HP and MP increasing items, not any of the other stats. I do not understand what the rules are for pulling other enemy groups into combat, because that is a thing that can happen, is just if other enemies are close enough, you'll do a second fight after them. But whatever the rules are for this are stringent enough that I legitimately went the entirety of my first playthrough thinking that the only time that could happen was when you got cutscene attacked on your gauntlet runner, the vehicle you ride around in. I did not realize that it was an actual thing that could happen when you were fighting enemies normally. It simply never happened. I mean, it was not until New Game Plus that it ever happened. And I still don't understand. Sometimes it happens and I'm like, that enemy wasn't particularly close by. And sometimes, like right then, that enemy was super close by. Why didn't it happen? What are the rules?
What's the mechanic called? Like getting cutscene battled or whatever he said?
I don't know what it's actually called. It's just like, if another enemy is close enough when you squad battle, when you finish the first fight, if it's an enemy that can't be included in that fight, then a second squad battle will happen after. And the place you see this most often is on the Gauntlet Runner, because occasionally while you're traveling around, spending days traveling, the Gauntlet Runner will be attacked at either day or night. And when that happens, it is almost guaranteed that there will be 2 or 3 waves of enemies instead of just 1. And this is the only way I experienced this mechanic for the entirety of my first playthrough. I did not even know that the second thing was part of it, because it did not happen. But it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know what the rules are, and I can't tell. They don't feel consistent as an observer. Get 15 MP back and then spend, or 16 MP back and then spend 15 of it blowing them up. But yeah, I think it's really funny. In the tutorial area, the library that Moore has, where you can read about different game mechanics, I read about it and then forgot about it because it simply never happened.
Which mechanic?
The enemies having multiple waves if they're too close. It simply never triggered. So I just forgot that it told me about it at any point. It slipped my mind. Okay, it's resistant to that. We'll use a single target fire move, and then Raging Edge. Okay, it's also resistant to that. Stop being resistant to everything, you stupid tree. How dare you? What were you about to say?
I can't find anything on it, but whenever I try and Google something, saying like Metaphor Refantasio, multiple waves, or back-to-back squad battle, and stuff like that, the only like relevant results I'm getting are like, how do people find time to fight in the Colosseum?
That makes sense. The Colosseum has one of the achievements is there's a special type of battle that's just 30 fights in a row. So I'm not surprised that's what's coming up for multi-wave battle, because that is the most waves you can do. The next time I'm at a spot where I can go to academia, I'll go figure out which, I'm pretty sure I remember which book it is that has that information, so I will simply read the information. That should give me, if there is a name for the mechanic, it will tell me.
Yeah, the other thing I found was like, there's a strategy of like back-to-back squad battles that uses someone's hymn ability of like triumphant heroes to abuse mana restoration, so you can just stay in a dungeon forever without needing to go back into town.
There's a lot of ways to stay in dungeons forever. Like what I'm doing right now is an example of it that I learned in the second to last dungeon of the game, right? Like, that's how I'm getting 16 MP back every turn, because I figured out which MP things to stack, which means that against anything weak enough to die to Megiddo, I just don't have to fight. Or I can fight for as long as I want, rather. And I'm not even doing it to its fullest extent, because you can make it better with an accessory, the strategy I'm doing, but I want the one that increases archetype experience instead.
This map is garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, Metaphor and Baldur's Gate 3 are definitely some of my favorite turn-based games I've played in a very long time. Which I think is interesting for me to say about Baldur's Gate 3, because I didn't like Divinity Original Sin 2's battle system all that much. I really liked the character progression system, and I really liked aspects of the battle system, but the whole never really jived with me all that well. But Baldur's Gate 3 really works for me. And then this game is probably my favorite rendition of this kind of turn-based in a very long time. The only thing I don't like about it is that it does fall into the same trap that a lot of these do, which is, why would I ever guard?
Oh.
Outside of the occasional attack that you want to guard against, it almost never is useful. I will forever miss Legend of Dragoons. It's wild to me that a PS1 game that I've played has the best version of guarding in any game I've played, just because guarding heals you a bit. It gives you an actual legitimate benefit to guarding that most games simply don't. In most games, guarding is utterly pointless and is almost always a bad decision. It's like a super niche move if it's ever useful at all.
Damn.
Like, the amount of... I think Legend of Dragoon is the only turn-based game I've ever regularly guarded in. In every other turn-based game, the only time I guard is if I have a caster who doesn't have something useful to do with their turn. I do think it's really funny. This is where you discover that the ancient world, like the world that existed before them, was super technologically advanced and was like the modern world. You even find a tablet at some point in here.
Yeah.
Not that they recognize what it is, but it's either a tablet or a smartphone or something. Because they talk about it as like a thing that the way they talk about it as they examine it is like very clearly supposed to be a tablet of some kind. Some kind of smart device like that. Oh, it's weak against light? I can work with that. Get hit, idiot. Yeah, considering that I went legitimately the entirety of my first playthrough of the game without ever triggering the mechanic, it would not surprise me if there just wasn't good information about it online at all. You know?
Yeah.
And if there is, it's probably in some random GameFAQs thing, because that's the only good place to find game information. I also, this is a side note, I hate that GameFAQs doesn't come up when Googling anymore unless you include it in the search. It almost never comes up for me. Oh, that was bad. It almost never comes up for me anymore, and I hate it, because that's, like, every time it doesn't come up, all that happens is that I immediately then search the exact same thing with GameFAQs at the end. Because it's what I wanted to see. In almost every case.
GameFAQs comes up for me pretty frequently. Even when I don't... Oh, and I never include the GameFAQs in the search query.
Weird.
Skill issue, Dio.
I forgot these enemies were fire, absorption, and repel, respectively. Oops. Sorry about that, Juno. My bad. I'll heal you after the battle's over, don't worry.
Juno got Ash babied.
I just forgot that fire wasn't a good choice here. Oops. I'm sorry, I just saw bug types and went, they're weak to fire, right?
Meanwhile, Fire Ant.
Look, if an ant isn't weak to fire, it's not an ant, in my mind.
It's more of an uncle.
Yeah. Everybody knows that ants are, lightning aspected.
I do think it's really funny with the Warframe right now getting really popular in the VTubing community because Iron Mouse got called on by the developers to do a like a pair of covers for their songs. We All Lift and I don't remember the other one. Anyway, she did two song covers with Marco Meatball, and now Warframe is massively popular in the VTuber community.
That's really funny. I had wondered why I'd been seeing it more from gaming creators. Maybe one day I'll play it again. I did like the game. It just got too grindy and I wanted to go play other games.
Yeah, same.
Like, that is ultimately what made me stop playing the game. I just wanted to go play other things and it was eating up too much of my grind.
The grind got too samey for me, and for most stuff, and the stuff that wasn't the same grind I was doing the entire time involved enemies that had arbitrary invulnerability, and that's one of my most hated mechanics in gaming.
Yeah.
And by arbitrary invulnerability, what I mean is they were I'm trying to think of how to explain it without a massive amount of context. They were immune to all damage types that weren't like this very specific damage type, and that damage type required me to do a lot of inconvenient grinding because I had to find groups of people to actually grind that stuff with, and everyone had already done all of that grinding. Because when that grind was released, I was focused on grinding other stuff that was getting phased out at the time. So instead of doing new content, I was trying to do all of the content that wasn't going to be available anymore. Well, I say not available anymore. You remember the relic system, where like you do relic missions and you'd get random rolls for gear depending on what relic you used and brought to the mission?
Vaguely.
They phase, or they, regularly they'll, take certain relics out of the pool of what you can get. And I had a bunch of relics at the time that were, getting removed. So I, wanted to do those and get the gear from them. There's a huge market in the Warframe, like, player market for relics that don't or that aren't available anymore because the Warframe that it's for or is getting like the Prime piece isn't being available anymore. Yeah. And you can sell that to other people, but I don't like doing that. I like trying to get the actual piece of gear and selling that to people. If I already have it.
Yeah.
Because I don't like selling I don't like the idea of selling someone a loot box. I'd rather open the loot box and sell what comes in the loot box. because I don't want someone to say, "Oh, I spent all this platinum to hope to get the like 2% drop from this, but I didn't get it."
Yeah, that's fair.
辺りに敵はいないみたい。
So I was doing all of that, and then I didn't do all the Eidolon farming when
くらいのことで
it's not Fields of Cetus. It's the big open world thing on Earth when that came out. But it starts with a C, I think.
敵は氷属性が
Well, no, I think it was just the plains of Eidolon and the city name was Cetus. Whatever it was. When that came out, I didn't do all the Eidolon grinding, and that's really frustrating because you have to, or that's how you upgrade your operator weapon. Your operator weapon is how you kill the Eidolons because they're immune to all damage types except void type, and the only access to void type damage you had at the time was through your operator weapon. And no one was queuing for the low tier Eidolons that I could actually reasonably damage with my operator weapon
簡単にやられはしない
to get the stronger stuff to deal damage to the higher tier Eidolons.
Yeah.
So I was doing, I couldn't do that, and then when Fortuna dropped on Venus, the open world for that side of things, that was fine and dandy, and I liked all that content. And then they started dropping enemies that you had to break a void shield for, the same kind of thing with Eidolons. You had to use your operator weapon. There was that, and then the Necromechs came out, and that required a lot of void damage. And I couldn't do it anymore, man.
勝負ありね。
That's fair. Honestly, every year I'm surprised that Warframe is still going strong. That game's been going a long time now.
Oh yeah, it just got like a really huge update with the new war.
Yeah,
And-
like... How... What year did that game come out? It was a while ago now.
March 25th, 2013.
Dang.
一気に攻める
13-year anniversary coming up, man. That
Yo,
game came out before I graduated high school.
same. Barely.
But same.
A little closer for me, but it was before I graduated.
はいないみたいね。
You say a little closer, as if there was a huge gap between our graduation years, my guy.
One is a large gap.
ないわ。安全
Okay.
Look at you, you're a little baby.
I'm a little baby man. Same age. Actually, wait.
Are you questioning if we
Yeah,
are
your
the
birthday's in
same age?
August, right?
Nope. Try
Fuck.
again.
July.
Try again.
何かの役に立つんじゃない？
January.
やっときましょう。
You
No.
know I'm about to just go through the calendar, right? February.
You were closer with the first two.
It was either August, July, or June, and I couldn't remember.
It's June. Oh.
Okay. Because I know Robert's in May, Matt's in December, I'm in October,
最後まで油断た悪くないな
so you are the oldest of us.
No.
Followed by
Matt is.
What? Matt is? Matt was born in 94?
敵の増援なし。先を行く
Oh,
わよ。
I thought I was born in 95.
さすが私。
No.
強くなったみたい。
I guess he had
I'm-
the same problem I did. Being
Yep.
born after the cutoff date, so...
Yeah. You have to remember, I'm young for my grade.
I was the old crotchety man of my grade.
Yeah, back when people thought that, like, 8 months mattered.
Yeah. Dude, I've said it before, but I always get kind of icked whenever I think about, like, when I was going through high school, or like middle and high school, people were complaining about how old their parents were, because, oh my god, my parents are so old, they just turned 35, and I'm like, my brother in Christ, you are 17! What does that say about your parents?
That's so weird. I mean, okay, so like, being the youngest sibling with a pretty big age gap between me and my sister, I was like, when I complained about my parents being old, I meant that.
I mean, I never complained about my parents being old, but like some people were in my grade were complaining about their parents turning 35, and I'm sitting there like, brother, both of my parents are in their late 50s, early 60s.
I don't think I'm very set up for this fight.
Are you about to get reckled? In each of your freckles.
He's just annoyingly durable. I'm fairly confident that he's not going to really hurt me here. And my hubris has not come back to bite me yet.
Yet.
I mean, it will one day, but not today. It just means that this enemy takes a lot of MP to kill. Because I don't have any of its weaknesses, and it's got high enough defense that Megiddo doesn't just murder it. Or it's high enough level. I think it is one of the higher level enemies in this area. And defense is influenced by level pretty strongly. Specifically, if I understand what I've read correctly, it's effectively your attack gets compared to their defense, and then your damage stat gets compared to their endurance, and then level also is your level difference is also a multiplier in that. You know, keep it nice and simple.
Yeah.
Megiddo!
Megiddo! I think it's funny, just like the names that some people come up with for like their streaming stuff. Like I've got Oni Melly, Kuya or Kuyo Kuya, Eden, Lobotomy Bunny.
Okay, Lobotomy Bunny is great.
Oh yeah.
Top tier. No notes.
Wait, Little Nightmares 3 came out? What the fuck?
Little Nightmares 3 was announced?
Apparently. Yeah, I found out about Little Nightmares 2 after its like surge in popularity when it dropped. Yeah, I didn't even know about Little Nightmares 3 until just now.
Little Nightmares is not my type of game, but I'm happy for the people who enjoy it.
Oh yeah, it's not the kind of game I'd like to play, but it's one I like to watch.
I would watch a theory video on Little Nightmares.
It's a game theory video. It's one of those kind of games where you want to sit down and you want to figure the lore more than the gameplay. You play it. A lot of people I would think play for the story more than the gameplay itself.
I mean, that's fundamentally why I watch theory things for horror games. But like, I'm not actually going to play a horror game myself. But I will watch so much content about them. So much. You've no idea.
Horror games always have some of the most interesting, like, lore to me. They just do such a great job with it, like world building and keeping interest.
Yeah. Although sometimes they go on a little long and get a little convoluted. Yeah. Not gonna talk about any specific franchise, of course, but
of course not.
Yeah.
But I do think my least favorite trope in like storytelling and world building is uh uh tell don't show. Like, don't ever show someone the monster. Always have it be like in the back of your head, and I don't like that.
One thing I think is I think the important thing about doing the not showing the monster is you have to show the monster without showing the monster. You know what I mean? Like, the monster needs to be a threat without you ever seeing it. It can't just be you saying it's a threat. Like, that's, I think, something that a lot of both games and movies and all horror media run into, is they get the right idea with don't ever show the monster, but show don't tell is still how you express that the monster is a threat.
Yeah, like,
I got bit by a snake in the
like
exact same way, man. That's
yeah,
embarrassing.
it'd be like playing they're playing Alien Isolation, and the alien just never showing itself ever until it kills you, and even then you just never see it. Like, it's just you just die because you made too much noise or something.
Yeah, I think a really good example of what I mean when I say that is like I can't control Stroll because he's anxious. Oh, but he used Raging Edge anyway. That's what I was gonna do. Good job, buddy. You did it. Read my mind.
Can't control himself because or can't be controlled because anxious. Same.
Also, I just realized Stroll's not on Samurai, and he should be. His stats would be higher. Oops. Okay, Turret Edge. Turret. Patra. And what's a good passive? Actually, I'll have him inherit Formation of Vigor, so we can increase our attack when necessary.
I've been getting back into Pokemon ROM hacks. I've been playing Pokemon Lazarus, and I've almost completed it, but it's been a lot of fun.
I'm happy for you. I have not once played a Pokemon ROM hack. Not a single one of them. I am uncultured when it comes to Pokemon ROM hacks.
Imagine having bad opinions.
I didn't say I dislike them, I just said I'm uncultured. That's different.
Yeah, I've got just a mounting list of ROM hacks that I want to play.
I just want to say this. Currently, Haizme has the debuff where when he attacks, he takes damage for it based on how much damage he deals. And I'm just gonna salute him as he sacrifices himself for the cause. I did forget that he does have the item that keeps him from dying once. So despite taking more than 1,000 damage for that, when his max health is 400, he lived. Just tank it. Simply survive. If it were me, I'd just live, personally.
I'd win.
I could stroll 3 more agility, and now he levels Faker up.
を見つけたな。もらっておくといい。ちょっと気づかれたんじゃない？
どうする？
Also, I'd like to point out the entire gimmick of this area is that there are giant purple monsters running around that are just clones of or projections of a real body somewhere else. And so anytime you defeat them, they will simply respawn, right? Which is an interesting gimmick. I think it's fun. What annoys me, though, is that this will show up again in the final dungeon. But in the final dungeon, it will make you fight the first one with the characters not realizing that's what's going on. Again. But it will look identical. And I just want to point out one of these to you. That's what they look like. These fuckers are purple. Nothing else in this world looks like this.
Yeah.
The actual version of them is a solid color. Or it's not purple, but it's like actually filled in.
Right.
And in the final dungeon, they force you to fight one of them before the party goes, oh man, I guess it's like those other things that looked exactly the same. Like, oh, you think? You think maybe? Yeah.
It doesn't look exactly the same.
No, it does.
There are, well, no, I mean, because it's more filled in and it's not like almost illusory looking.
But no, what I mean is that it forces you to fight one of the fakes.
Oh.
Who are of the same strength as the real version. So it forces you to just fight the boss fight an extra time, effectively.
Alright.
For no reason, because, like, obviously you should be able to tell, right? Like... How's it feel about lightning? Neutral? Okay, that's better than resistant, so we'll take it. Thunderblade it is. Yeah, that's better. Unfortunately, it still is going to survive, so it gets a turn. It gets a turn with which to annoy me. Oh, actually, no, it's stunned. I forgot.
You lied to me.
I did, yeah. That's the main benefit of fighting outside of squad battles before initiating a squad battle. Is enemies are stunned.
That's the main, or the main advantage of fighting squad battles. You get to lie to your friends.
That too. But the way, although I do think, so enemies will be stunned, but every single time you hit them, they have a chance to unstun. A relatively small chance to unstun.
Yeah.
Which I don't think I like overall. I think the game would have been better without that. I will say the chance does seem to be smaller if you're hitting their weaknesses, so there's that. The chance to unstun does seem to go up with tiers of weakness, so if they're weak to it, they almost never unstun. If they're neutral to it, they sometimes unstun. If they resist it, they probably unstun.
They resist to it, why are you hitting it with that?
Hey, they might resist a lot of things. There are enemies whose page just looks like a resistance outside of their one weakness. If you don't happen to have that equipped at the time and you're too lazy to go change your lineup, I mean, and changing your lineup would be too hard, not a matter of laziness. No. Oh.
Absolutely not.
You know, it's hard to do. Sometimes you just don't have the elements. Ignore the fact that I've had access to every element at least somewhere since the first dungeon. I got close enough to that to hit it? What?
Kidney knife.
Ow.
What is that supposed to be? Because it just looks like a pair of kidneys holding a knife.
Ow. Well, that hurt. No, a pair of kidneys is a kind of chariot thing is probably pretty accurate. And we're gonna try and escape, and if that doesn't work, I guess the fantasy's about to die, because...
But you're in New Game Plus with all your fancy stats. Just win. Oh.
I'm also on Regicide, so...
And?
Fantasy is only fiction, after all.
That's what you think.
Okay. I have to open this chest again, and then walk back. I like the autosave system most of the time. The fact that it sometimes autosave... that sometimes the autosaves are this far away is kind of annoying. I get that they don't want to take the effort to autosave after every single, like, fight or after every once in a while. I kind of wish it was more time-gated than this. Okay, so this time I will be more careful. Because with my current setup, getting into a fight with them is probably just a death sentence. Okay, there. I was more careful that time. I would have to actually swap out. The big thing is that I need to swap out Izme for someone not weak to slash damage. Because the fact that I got to just keep casting Raging Edge for free because I was weak to slash damage was pretty bad.
Rabbits are famously weak to being stabbed.
That's not he's not a rabbit. He's a bat.
He's a bat?
Yes.
He's a rabbit, kid. You can't change my mind.
Those are bat ears, bat eyes, bat
rabbit
arms.
face.
You know, bats really get a bad name. They're a lot cuter than most media would lead you to believe.
I mean, I'm not saying he's ugly. I'm just saying he looks like a bat.
Ah, so you agree he looks like a bat. I've got you.
Fuck. No, he looks like a rabbit bunny, whatever. To me, it's the white fur with red eyes.
Honestly, so fair. The only thing about him that screams bat to me is the arms. And that's just because it's very, it's also very reminiscent of a specific kind of bat. Kind of way of drawing bats that's from, like, the Batman cartoons that were on when we were kids. And outside of that, like, I almost never see that style. For,
yeah, I was thinking, or like, because I haven't really paid attention to their full character models. I've only been seeing them in their, like, little portraits that pop up during conversation.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, he can fly. He often hangs upside down. He sleeps upside down. Like, he's definitely a bat. He's super sensitive to sound. Like, it's absolutely 100% intended for him to be a bat.
Yeah.
These golden teeth are resistant to everything. But they drop a lot of money. Not almighty damage, though. Neener. Anyway. Those enemies are worth a good amount of money. If Merchant didn't exist, they'd be the best way to farm money in the game. Alas, Merchant exists.
Alas, I'm built to make money.
Yeah, so every archetype has a special effect in the overworld combat when you have it equipped on your main character. The reason I run around with Merchant equipped all of the time is because what it does, its effect, is that whenever I kill or stun an enemy in the overworld combat here, it gets me 15 times my level in money.
Wow.
Which makes it, by far, the best way to grind money. It's also the only way I've grinded money. There is one other spot that's better for grinding money than that. And that's because the gold teeth will spawn there, like, constantly. But that's in the dungeon that you can only enter on the last day of the game. So it is literally the end of the game. As in, you cannot return once you enter this dungeon. It is actually just the end of the game. And that's the only time when it's when there's a better place to grind money than to just use merchant. That being said, most of the things you can buy with money in this game are not all that helpful. I still purchased everything, which led to me needing to money grind a lot. But that was a completion thing, not a this is helpful thing.
Yeah.
That was a I have a list and I'm checking it twice. On a related note, this
he's gonna find out. He's gonna find out.
On a related note, this right here is where I made 3 million money right between these two crystals. Because if you're strong enough that you can kill them without going into a squad battle, enemies that generally don't use ranged attacks spawn frequently on these two crystals. So you just grind here for hours. Ironically, I didn't know this when I was grinding. But there is a slightly better spot to do this within this dungeon. There's another spot with 2 crystals that just doesn't have a thing in between them, so it's slightly better.
Damn.
But I don't need to money grind on New Game Plus because you keep your inventory, which means there's nothing I need to buy. Because all the super expensive shit is equipment, and I already have it. Which is why I casually have 1.3 million money just sitting around. I would also like to point out, I'm still keeping Merchant equipped religiously. I've not taken it off, but I only have 1.3 million money sitting around because I haven't been trying to grind it. Which really puts into perspective how much it is when it took me, how much it is when I'm looting everything, right? And it took me probably close to 10 million over the course of the game to empty out all the shops. Playing through the game normally with merchants on, so I'm getting more money than you would normally. I've gone around 1 million. And I'm halfway through the game.
Damn.
That's an excessive amount of grinding to get everything from the shops. I'll grant that you're really not supposed to buy everything from the shops. You're supposed to buy, like, a weapon for each character and some armor. And then you're supposed to get the rest from picking loot up, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think you could probably not buy anything from the shops at all and be totally fine. And not feel all that behind on equipment outside of when you initially get to an area. Uh-oh. Let's talk about this, buddy. Let's talk about this. They don't want to talk about it. They do not want to talk about it at all. No, that's fine. We're fine. We'll just wake Will up and it'll be fine. Also, do you care about spoilers for this game? I don't know what that I missed. So the game doesn't really tell you that the default name for your character is Will. You can only find out through some shenanigans that, of course, the community did at some point, right?
Right.
But so your default name is Will. And the reason it's Will is because our overarching goal is to go save the prince, right? That's the overarching goal of the plot. We are very literally the prince. In a very literal way, the prince's soul left his body and materialized all of his magic into us. And then we started our journey with false memories for us and Calico. Who's the only other person who came with us from where the prince is. Like, and that's like the third act reveal. So I really like Will as a default name, given that knowledge. Because yeah, we are the prince's Will. What about it? It's a really funny default name if you know why it exists. Yeah, that's why on New Game Plus I actually used it. To curse this enemy's high defenses. No synthesis skills available. I guess I will have to actually heal. Ew. Because it has 3 tiers of attack down on everybody.
Bad.
And boosted its defense 3 times.
Worse.
Now it's giving itself more turns again. Rude. Hellbound? How about you be Hellbound, jerk? Yo, Heisme, you have a 50% dodge chance over there. You want to use it? No? Okay. Well, fine then, buddy. At least someone's dodging.
Why have you that?
You know what, Heisme? You don't get XP, actually. You don't deserve it. Heisme didn't earn experience. Okay, so one of those getting the first turn is really bad. Just gotta beat him up. Easy. Lower his defense. Megiddo the lot of them. Smack him. Smack him. Smack him one more time, and we're done. Technically, I shot him, not smacked him, but details. Same difference. Eventually, my entire party will be completely immune to all enemy bullshit. But not yet. There's a specific set of skills you can inherit from various archetypes and equipment you can have that does guarantee your full party is just immune to status effects.
Damn.
Yeah, you can just be immune to enemy bullshit. It takes a fair amount of setup and a lot of archetype grinding, because you need the brawler line maxed out, the sniper line maxed out, and the oh, what's the other line? I think those are the only 2 you need for the status effect thing. You should. It's also worth maxing out the thief line, because it gives you something really good. The thief line gives you the ability to just have a 50% dodge chance. Just period. Full stop. Whatever their hit chance is, cut it in half. That's what that ability says. And there's very few things in the game that get around it. Speaking of, I should make sure that he has that equipped, because I know he has it already. Oh, I never unlocked it on him. I'll have to grind a lot of mag to be able to use that skill on everyone, but I will regret nothing. Enemies will...
What does MAG stand for?
Magla. Or magic. Effectively, it's a currency of little tiny instances of crystallized magic.
Okay, for some reason I was thinking it was like you have to grind magnanimity.
That'd be funny. But no, it is just crystallized magic. Oh, it's already been 4 hours. I was hoping to finish this dungeon today. But I think even if I hadn't taken the time to make a tier list, I would still have not finished today. Mainly because I've not been high enough level to defeat enemies without going into squad battles. That does add a lot of time now. Case in point. That's the other big benefit of being high enough level that you don't have to squad battle an enemy. When they hit you on the overworld, it just deals damage. They don't pull you into a battle. They're out here like, we repel elemental attacks now, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool and all. But I'm just gonna use Megiddo, which is not an elemental attack, and laugh at you. Like, I simply do not need to use an elemental attack to defeat you. Why would I need that?
You underestimate my power. Don't do it.
Okay, there's another crystal smashed.
6, 7 times 3.
Okay, what do I even have left to go at this point? I also need to go find a save point because it is time for me to save and quit before I do in fact have other things I must do today.
Lies and slander.
Is it really slander if I say I have other things I need to do today?
Yes. You're slandering the good name of neats everywhere.
Not a neat,
I can't say that with a straight face.
Just because I don't
name
leave
of
the house
neats.
doesn't mean I'm a neat, you know?
Yeah, you actually have prospects.
Yeah, I have employment. I'm not as employed as I would like to be, but I do have employment.
Same. Both respects.
I was just trying to get past these enemies. I didn't want to fight them. About to look at these enemies with the energy of, just remember, I wanted to spare you.
Yeah. That's me playing Total Warhammer 3, where the AI is like asking for a peace treaty. And it's like, no, just remember, you started this.
Like, I was gonna let you live. I didn't want to do this. You made this choice. You chose your own demise. Oh hey, there's another level up. So we're now closer to not having to fight as many enemies here. That's everything this way. Just gonna run past those enemies because I need to get to the next save point sooner rather than later. Okay. Open up the door. It's the button. At least I don't have to full fight these enemies anymore. That's right, you idiots. One swipe is good enough for you now. Not for these guys, though. I don't feel like squad battling them. I'm getting stuck on a quarter. Well, I guess I'm gonna be squad battling them. Oh, wait, I got out. All's well. Okay, we'll squad battle the teeth because they are worth a lot of money. It's really hard to argue against making more than 10,000 money if you just spend a couple seconds. I would do that in real life. I think the list of things I wouldn't do in real life for 10,000 money pretty immediately is not long.
Yeah, something that I don't get is when people get offended when you take up the offer of punching your best friend in the face for $30 million or something like that. It's like, do you have an inkling about how much 30 million is? Bro, I'll punch you in the face and just hand you a good 30K, and that'll fix you for like 4 years.
Like, as long as the other person's gonna live without being maimed, I would do a lot of things to my loved ones for even just $1 million. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That is, like, $30 million is you never have to work another day in your life money.
Yeah, that is.
And not just
money.
you. That's enough fuck you money that you don't have to work. Whoever you date doesn't have to work. Your parents don't have to work, and any children you ever have also do not have to work if they do not want to.
Yeah, for me, it's my parents, you guys as in like our like stream group, and like 2 other people I know.
Yeah, like you could
and
probably
I just set them up for life.
Yeah, with $30 million, you can set at least probably what, 10 people up for life? Ish?
Probably.
Somewhere around
depending
that
on
number?
how lavish of a lifestyle they want, but
yeah, but you know, I'm not gonna worry too much about that.
For reasonable people.
Yeah, for reasonable people, like having, because okay, so under our current economic system, if you have like $1.5 million sitting around, that means that you can reasonably make like 60,000 off of interest every year at minimum. And this is with comparatively low rates. This is like being super safe and only doing FDIC insured things with your money. So you're sure that you won't lose anything. Like this is making sure there's no risk. You're still making like upwards of 60,000 a year. Like, and that's enough to live. right? If you give that much to each person, that is enough to survive. That's all you need. Like, so long as whoever I have to do something to will survive the experience and not be maimed, yeah, I'll punch them in the face or whatever, man. I'll set them up for life after, and they better be grateful. I keep getting hit by my enemies. I should probably stop getting hit by my enemies.
The ops must have amnesia because they forgot that I'm him.
I mean, they do keep using Fire Fang on people who are immune to it.
What happened to my total?
Thunder Blade. Oh, I missed one of them. Well, that's awkward. The follow-up of me saying, well, that's awkward, immediately followed by a cry of pain from the main character as he gets hit for 400 damage.
Yeah, I think I would cry out in pain if I took 400 damage.
Yeah.
Especially with my considering my current health bar.
I don't know what my current health bar is, but I'm pretty sure I can't take 400 damage in any game system.
If I had to compare myself to a max level Final Fantasy XIV character, I think I'd have about 450 health left.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
Same.
Alright, well, I guess I'm not able to play Total Warhammer right now. Sucks. My Steam is just pitching a bitch fit right now. It won't actually launch any games.
That's weird.
Yeah, like I tried to load up Total Warhammer 3 and it brought up the launcher, but it was like your mod data has been corrupted. Please try again, and if it continues, please contact Sega support. And that was after like 10 minutes of waiting for it to load. Like,
that's unfortunate.
Like I had forgotten that I actually hit play.
Dang, that is a while.
Yeah.
Okay, I have found an elevator back up.
Yeah, I'm just not able to connect to Steam Cloud right now.
And now I can go back over here and save my game. And go to Academia.
Check the name of that mechanic thing.
Yeah. That, you know, the thing I said I would do like an hour and a half ago.
Time is a flat circle.
True. Time is a flat circle and space is a square sphere. Okay, there's a save. And then go to Academia. I believe it's this book right over here. Is this it? No. This one? Enemy reinforcements. Remember, their foes also have a grasp of teamwork. Charging blindly into a two enemy group can lead to easily preventable loss of life. After a squad battle is ended, nearby enemies may show up as reinforcements to continue the fight. It's that right there.
Okay, so look up how enemy reinforcement mechanics work in that game.
Yep.
I will forget to do that in 5 minutes.
Anyway, that's all for today's stream. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.